when
Like about 2:30.
writing
Thanks.
reports. Certain questions may need to be answered based on documents or other information supplied to the candidates on the date of the multiple choice exam. So what that is telling you, they may give you information in a packet format and you need to refer to that packet. Do not hesitate to open it. If they gave you information as a reference, you are going to use that information as a reference. Had few people fail an exam fairly recently because they were afraid to open the packet they gave them. And a lot of the questions were based on the information in that packet. Now, the test may include questions which require working knowledge or better without reference material of the following non-exclusive list of knowledgeable areas. Departmental rules and regulations, including field operations and parks inspection program, vehicle operations, identification and use of tools and equipment, Microsoft Office programs, personnel rules and regulations, Executive Order 16 of 1978 as amended. I believe a lot of that stuff we've covered already. All right, so I think we're on the right track. Does everybody agree with that? Give me a thumbs up if you do. All right, excellent. All right, so it doesn't really change the operation. Just remember, one of the things they're expecting supervisors to do is write reports, and when they write reports, they're asking you to use proper grammar and spelling. So they may include some questions related to that. So just be aware of that. All right. All right. I'm going to bring up the agenda one more time just to show you where we are. So we're going to go back to small equipment maintenance and operation because that was one of the things that they did mention that we might have to do. And department rules and regulations and city rules and regulations. So we're going to talk about that briefly this morning. Then we're going to jump into day 5. We didn't talk about the Parks Opportunity Program. I'm going to show you a great reference material for that. It was distributed to you, and you should have been able to download it. But we're going to take a brief look at that. Then we're going to talk about special events, swimming pools, beach operations, ball fields and tennis court maintenance, and synthetic turf maintenance. So we have a lot of material on the agenda today, and you may notice that day 6 I made a little bit lighter, and I did that so that if we have to, we can roll over information into day 6. I also had them distribute the quiz or the test, the practice test. Was everybody able to download that and take a look at it? Now, a lot of people have already asked me for the answer key for that. I'm going to post the answer key to that on the DC37 site sometime midweek this week. One of the reasons that I'm going to do that is I really expect you to go through those questions and find the answers. Don't just look at the answer key and say, oh, that's the answer. Oh, that's the answer. That's not what you're looking for. You have to actually do the research to find it so that you really lock that information into your brain. All right? All right, so we're going to move on to...
175, make a left, and you get to the park, you see your car right there. Okay. So you know which way to go. Yep. All right. Thank you, Eric. See you later.
There it is. Okay, so we're going to talk about small equipment, operation, safety, and maintenance, all right? And we're going to talk about this very briefly, but talk about some specific things that they may ask you to do on civil service exams. So understand that safety is necessary in all things. And one of the things that has come up on civil service exams in the past is how far away should you be when you're using certain equipment, and we're going to talk about that a little bit today. Hospitals treat over 25,000 patients with eye injuries every year. Power lawn trimmers alone, those are the weed whackers or weed trimmers or line trimmers that we use in parks, cause 1,500 eye injuries each and every year. So if they ask you what type of safety equipment should somebody be using when they're using a power line trimmer, what do you think you should say? It should basically be eye protection, as the goggles, a face shield also, and a combination of both would be the best option, all right? Workshop grinders and saws are among tools named most often in other eye injury cases. So let's We're not going to go into detail on chainsaws because, for the most part, people don't use chainsaws unless they're specially trained in parks. But chainsaws, if you look at the overall statistics for chainsaws, they're responsible for more injuries per year in the United States than almost um, any other tool, and major injuries and deaths. They're the most dangerous hand tools we use in the nation. All right. So accidents, people get hurt in the head area, upper body, hand area, upper leg and knee and foot area. And you'll notice that the hand area is responsible for over 10,000 injuries every year in the United States, and the upper leg is 10,000 more. So 20,000 injuries just in those two areas of the body. This is caused by people not wearing chaps when they are working and using the chainsaw with one hand. So one-handed use of a chainsaw is never allowed by anyone, all right? And remember, the agency's policy is that people that are going to use a chainsaw have to be trained through the Parks Academy, all right? You can't do, I'm going to do sub-training in the boroughs on that, all right? Unless it's something that I've agreed to, all right? So let's talk a little bit about basic tool safety. And one of the questions that I've seen many years ago when a civil service exam for park supervisor is, what tool would you use for mowing a large lawn area? And one of the things that they don't want you to do is use a weed trimmer or a line trimmer in a large area. So it's one of the reasons it's highlighted and bolded here, because they've actually featured that on a civil service exam in the past. All right, so you use the right tool for the right job. A lawnmower in most situations is appropriate. The only time I would use a weed trimmer for something like that, if I don't have access to a lawnmower or a slope cutter, some tractors are outfitted to do that, then I would use a weed trimmer. Other than that, it would always be a lawnmower or a tractor to cut large lawn areas. All right. Keep your tools in good condition. Operate tools according to the manufacturer's instructions. So one of the basic things they may ask is, what should you do before operating a piece of equipment? It is read the manual to make sure that it is functioning properly. You understand how to start it, and use it, and maintain it. All right. All power tools have to be inspected daily. And this is what's in every one of the Parks Academy manuals on tools and equipment. So every single day before each use. We're going to inspect it before we go out, and we're going to inspect it before each operation of the equipment to make sure it's in good shape. We inspect the machine for damage, missing or loose parts, and don't use damaged tools. All right? And I don't care what happens in a district. If a tool is damaged, it's damaged, it gets put out of service. That is the proper procedure and the only way they should be asking you something like that. All right? Never operate equipment without the proper guards, cover plates, or other safety devices. And if the equipment should vibrate abnormally, stop the engine immediately and check for the cause. You don't operate or continue to operate something that is not functioning the way it normally would. All right. So you inspect the work area. This is another thing that has been part of civil service exams in the past. What do you do before you mow a large lawn area? And the correct answer is highlighted here. Completely walk the area to check for stones and debris that might be trip hazards or cause damage to the equipment or be thrown by the equipment, because that can be extremely deadly. I remember in the past somebody hitting a cobblestone that was standing up in the middle of a lawn area with a gravely mow that had a heavy-duty steel cowling over the blades, and the blade shattered and went through the cowling and nearly cut off his leg. So you have to make sure that people are actually doing this in order to be safe with the equipment. And I know a lot of people that just go out there and cut. The reality is you're responsible for their safety, and one of the things they would be asking you on this exam is about safety. And the safety is always by the book. Okay? Any questions before we move on? I am going through this very quickly because I'm kind of trying to make up some time here, all right? Never place your hands or feet near any moving or rotating parts or near the discharge opening while equipment is running. If you're going to maintain equipment, the proper thing to do is turn off the equipment, take off the spark plug wire so that it can't start accidentally, and then maintain the equipment. Always remember that If it is on the compression stroke, it can still rotate, so you never clear the chute of a snow thrower or a machine without first making sure that it's not going to rotate. You can use a stick or something like that, but never stick your hands into the machine. Okay? Proper attire, and again, this has been part of civil service exams, which is why it's highlighted here. Proper attire should be worn. Loose clothing, ties, or necklaces, jewelry can become caught in the moving part. What I like to say is don't come to work looking like Mr. or Mrs. T with all the jewelry and bling on, because that may get caught up in the machines that you may operate. Hang on a second, I just gotta mute people again. Alright. The following is a list of personal protective equipment to be used while operating any mechanized equipment. Work gloves, they help protect your hands from abrasions and prevent many impact laceration injuries. Work shoes, sneakers are not only unacceptable, they're dangerous. People should be wearing work boots to work, especially in the maintenance and operations environment. Dust mask or respirator. Respirators, remember that somebody who uses a respirator has to be enrolled in a respiratory protection program where they have they have to have a fit test on the equipment to make sure that it seals properly, and they also have to be trained in its proper use, maintenance, and cleaning. All right, so you can write all that down if you want. So a dust mask is something that you use with basic equipment like a weed trimmer or lawnmower that kicks up general dust. Right? For eye protection, we prefer a full safety shield. Could be a mesh shield, but you also have to wear safety goggles with it. Don't just depend on the shield to be the best protection. Wear wraparound safety goggles made of polycarbonate. It's the strongest lens material available. Don't rely on ordinary prescription glasses. They're not safety eyewear. Safety eyewear prevent the lens from being driven into the eye. Regular eyeglasses like mine, if they're hit by debris, it will take the lens completely out of it and drive it into my eye socket. So we don't want that to happen. Right? Although they are impact resistant, they're not safety eyewear. The standard that you should be looking for, it should be imprinted on the safety glasses, is the Z87.1 or Z87 Plus standard. Okay? Just in case somebody wants to get that detailed and asking you a question, how do you know it's safety eyewear? So for hearing protection, workplace hearing protection has to be must be noise. Hearing protection is used to reduce noise exposure for anyone who is exposed to 90 decibels or more over the course of their work day. So the threshold for wearing hearing protection is 90 decibels. And the way you find out the noise level of the machine is in the manual for the machine. Did somebody have a question? No? Okay. All right. Hearing protection may be used at lower levels. I usually say when you get to 80 decibels or more, you should be thinking about wearing hearing protection. Even in our electric chainsaws that may produce 85 decibels of noise, the manual says wear hearing protection. All right. Sounds above 120 decibels can cause hearing damage even after only a brief exposure. All right. So if you look at the ear diagram that I have on here, sound enters the ear canal through the ear and into the canal and then impacts the eardrum, which is here. That vibrates two little bones called the hammer and anvil. That's basically what they do, is they tap against each other. And that vibrates material in this snail-like area right here called the cochlea. Inside the cochlea are little hairs. And as sound is produced and vibrates the fluid inside the ear, the hairs tend to vibrate back and forth. Loud noises tend to impact those fine hairs so much that they fold over. They're actually made of a crystal-like material. And when they fold over, some of them break. So hearing loss tends to be progressive. It starts out in a minor way and usually in the higher range of hearing, like high-pitched noises. Women's voices tend to be higher than men's voices, and small children tend to be higher. We tend to lose hearing in those higher levels and not be able to hear those sounds. Sound above 120 decibels can be instantly damaging to the ear. This is general sound levels, and you'll notice when you get to our normal machinery, like heavy machinery with a soundproof cab, like a tractor that has a cab on it. Lawnmowers are 90 decibels. Shop tools, the subway is 90 decibels. You get the heavier machinery. By the way, you could put power pole pruners, you could put lawnmowers, you could put weed trimmers, all in the same category of that 90 decibels or above. So every one of those machines, including those handheld blowers and push blowers, fall into the range that require hearing protection. Okay. This is the OSHA and NIOSH charts for hearing protection, and this has to do with how long a person can use a piece of equipment while unprotected. And I have a problem with this chart because it talks about at 85 decibels, you can operate a machine for 16 hours, but the qualifier that they use is without significant hearing damage. That doesn't mean no damage. When you get to that 85 decibel level or higher, start to wear hearing protection. That's what should be done. Does that make sense to everybody? All right. I'm not going to talk about the unprotected use because you're a park supervisor in this, and your job is to make sure people don't lose their hearing over time, and it's not okay to have them 85 decibels or above using the machinery without hearing protection. All right. There are a lot of different types of hearing protectors that we could use. You have to make sure that the hearing protection being used is rated for the decibel level of the machine that's being used. So what that basically means is you look at the manual, see what amount of sound that machine can produce, and choose the right hearing protection for that. So if I have a chainsaw that produces 100 decibels of noise, I want to reduce that below 90. So I would look at the decibel level of the hearing protectors. They have a noise reduction rating on them. So it might be something like 15, 20, 25 decibels, and I've seen them as high as 33 decibels. So if I have a machine that produces 100 decibels of noise, and I have hearing protectors that reduce the decibel level by 33, that brings it down to 67 decibels. That's great. That'll be perfect for that machine, not a problem. Does everybody understand that? All you do is subtract them out. But the problem is, in the real world, and you'll notice that in this document, I have a qualifier for this. Noise reduction ratings are actually tested in a lab under ideal conditions in a soundproof room where they expose a person to noise while wearing hearing protection, and they have microphones right next to the eardrum, sensing how much noise is actually impacting the person. In reality, people move while they're working. They talk. They don't always put in hearing protectors the right way. All of that reduces the effectiveness of hearing protectors. So, what OSHA says is you should take the noise reduction rating for the piece of equipment you're going to use. In other words, if my hearing protectors have a noise reduction rating of 32 decibels, I would subtract 7 from that, and that would give me 25 decibels. If my machine produces 100 decibels, 25 decibels would get me to 75 decibels. I can still use that for that machine. Does that make sense to everybody? That's what this statement means to do. Are there any questions? Okay. Now, a few years ago, they came out with Local Law 113, and this has been on civil service exams in the past. Local Law 113 says, for lawn care devices, no person shall operate, use, or cause to be operated or use any lawn care device on weekdays before 8 o'clock in the morning or after 7 p.m. or sunset, whichever occurs later. Okay? This 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. or sunset has been on exams in the past. Okay? On weekends, and New York State and federal holidays, you can't operate power equipment in a residential area. You have to understand this. Before 9 a.m. and after 6 p.m., because those are the days that people are off and they're trying to rest or sleep late or whatever it is. Does everybody understand that? So if you see a question about on a holiday, the starting hour is 9 a.m. If it is on a weekend, it's also 9 a.m. If it's during the weekday, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. All right? At any time in such way as to create an unreasonable noise. For the purpose of this section, unreasonable noise shall include but shall not be limited to an aggregate sound level of 75 decibels or higher. We've already talked about the fact that most of our equipment makes noise that's louder than that. Attributable to the source or sources as measured at any point within the receiving property. What they're talking about is if they're in a residential area, they can measure the sound levels and see if in their house it becomes higher than 75 decibels. All right. The provisions of paragraph 1 of this subdivision shall not apply to an employee of the Department of Parks and Recreation or an agent or contractor of the Department of Parks and Recreation who operates or uses or causes to operate or use any lawn care device between the hours of 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. in any location more than 300 feet from a building that is lawfully occupied for residential use. So the exception to us is if we are in a park and operating the equipment more than 300 feet from any residence, we can start at 7 o'clock in the morning, not 8 during the week. Does that make sense to everybody? Give me a thumbs up if it makes sense. All right. All right, but if we're closer than that 300, yes. The normal rules are during the week, we can't start operating gas-powered lawn care equipment until after 8 o'clock in the morning, and we can't operate it later than 7 p.m. So 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. in the area of a residence or within 300 feet of a residence, those are the rules. Parks Department can start at 7 o'clock in the morning if we are more than 300 feet away from the nearest resident. And it basically says the park where they're working is more than 300 feet away. So if I'm in the middle of Flushing Meadow Park, I can start at 7 o'clock in the morning. Nobody's going to hear it. All right? Because it's going to be more than 300 feet from the nearest house.
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
Is this for just for park workers, or is this a personal thing? Like if I wanted to blow my leaves in front of my building?
It actually applies to everybody. It is a local law noise regulation. So if I own a house within the boundaries of New York City and I want to cut my lawn, I can't start before 8 o'clock in the morning on any day. And I can't start before 9 o'clock in the morning on a weekend or holiday.
Okay, I got a neighbor. He comes out at 9 p.m. at night to blow leaves, and I think that's late.
It is, unless the sun hasn't gone down yet. They may be able to do it because it says until the sun sets. So you got to look at the sunset hours. Usually sun sets early. All right? But I apologize for your neighbor. Please keep it to parks work, though.
Yeah, yeah. Just curious to know if there was a.
I know. I can't spend time on that. Sorry. Okay.
So,
right, I'm going to ask everybody
Mike, can I ask
hold
a
on
question?
1 second, Angela. 1 second. I will get to you.
Sorry.
I'm going to ask everybody to keep your questions related to parks because that's the best answers I'm giving for an entire group. Go ahead, Angela. You have a question.
Okay, so my question is, so then on a weekend or a holiday in the middle of Flushing Meadows, we can't start until 8 o'clock?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Remember what you said about 300 feet away from the residential area?
Yeah.
So, like your example, in the middle of Flushing Park,
You can start at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Holiday,
You can
even
start
if
at
it's
7.
a weekend or a holiday?
Yep, you can start at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
I have a question too.
Go ahead then.
In the book that or the paperwork that we got in the packet, it says that 6 to what does it say? Wait. on page 115, I think it is. It says 8 to 6 p.m. So is this accurate, or is what you're saying accurate? 7 p.m.
Which book are you talking
The
about?
you know the packet that they gave us, like when the test first came out.
Yeah, what's on the cover?
Oh,
That's
hold on,
what
I'll tell you right now.
Is
I think it's
field
operations. Yeah.
the field operations manual actually has it right.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right,
All
great.
right.
Good
So,
to know.
so just be aware of that, and they're adjusting to certain regulations. So realize I'm looking at the local law with regard to this, and that's what the local law says. Okay.
All right, great. Thank you.
And by the way, if it ever comes up and the answer they're looking for is 8 and 6 p.m., we can't start at 7 o'clock in the morning if they don't. We can't start at 7 o'clock in the morning if we're not more than 300 feet away from a residence. So you're going to assume it's closer for a test question. And I understand if they're looking at the field operations manual when they are doing the exam and there is no answer that goes all the way to 7 p.m., then the 6 p.m. answer is the correct one. Does everybody get that? I don't want you to get something wrong because they use the field operations instead of the local law as the reference. Okay? But if they have 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. is the correct answer. Got it?
Got it.
All right. No problem. I don't know what they're using for reference on some of these things. I apologize, I'm writing on the screen again. All right, so you notice that one of the qualifiers on here, no person shall operate or cause to be operated or use any leaf blower not equipped with a functioning muffler. All right, so that's because it annoys people so much and becomes so loud, and noise suppression doesn't work with a muffler machine that's using no muffler. Okay. Snowblowers. The provision of this code shall not apply to the operation of a snowblower for the purpose of complying with subdivision 16.123 of the Administrative Code. What that basically means, the exception to the rule in a snow emergency is use it whatever time you need to in order to clear the streets for the public to use. Does that make sense? So if they ask which of the following equipment is exempted from the noise regulation stated in Local Law 113, it is snowblowers during a snow emergency. All right? That makes sense?
Snowblowers. Yeah.
Yep. Good. All right. So, never run an engine at excessive speed. Don't tamper with the governor, springs, linkages, or any part which may increase the governed speed of the engine. If you overrun the engine and make it go too fast, it could literally blow itself apart. Never run an engine with the air cleaner or cover removed. It can cause the engine damage by dirt, debris getting into or scraping the inside of the cylinders themselves. Don't choke the carburetor or stop the engine. We have some general fire and burn hazards here. The number one thing, never smoke while fueling an engine. When you're going to start an engine after refueling, you're going to wipe off any excessive fuel. You're going to wait a short period of time before you start the engine, and you are going to move 10 feet away from the area where you fueled it. And that's something that I want to make sure that everybody writes down. After fueling a piece of equipment, you must move it 10 feet away from the area where you fueled it before starting it. All right, because some of the fuel vapors on a non-windy day can sit in that area and cause a fire. And that actually has been on civil service exams in the past. Excuse me. Power pole pruner safety, create a safe operating area. I want you to pay attention to this standard I'm highlighting right here. Do not operate a power pole pruner within 50 feet of spectators, wires of any telephone cable power or anything like that. Spectators and federal workers must be warned and children and animals prevented from coming within 50 feet while operating a power pruner. You have to understand the 50-foot rule. The 50-foot rule is stated in almost every piece of equipment. Weed trimmers How far should the public be staying away from weed trimmers? The answer is the weed trimmer can throw things 30 feet away, so the spectators and anybody watching, the public, must be maintained 50 feet away from that equipment. Lawnmowers with a discharge chute, same thing. It can throw things 30 or 40 feet away. You want to keep people 50 feet away from that. All right? So if anybody asks you what distance should people be away from a piece of equipment, the minimum is 50 feet. All right? Everybody get it? Give me a thumbs up if you get that. I can see some of you. That's what I'm saying. Good. All right. When you're using a power pole pruner, the personal protective equipment also has to include a head protection with a full face shield to help prevent against falling debris. All right. The power pruner is designed for light to medium trimming of limbs and branches up to a maximum of 8 inches in diameter. Remember that snippers can cut things up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and that's one of the things, the hand pruners. Lopping shears can cut things up to an inch to an inch and a half, almost 2 inches in diameter, and then a power pruner 8 inches in diameter. So write those things down. All right. Remember, hand pruners 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Lopping shears larger than that, 1 to 2 inches in diameter, and then power pole pruners up to 8 inches. Okay. Let's see. Everybody understands the 3-cut technique for cutting branches. We're actually going to talk about that in horticulture, so I'm going to go. When you're cutting a limb that's 4 inches in diameter or larger, cut as follows. You have to undercut a 1/4 inch of the limb diameter near the trunk. Finish the top cut slightly farther out on the limb, so you're going to move out a little bit and cut straight down and all the way through. This prevents the bark on some trees from tearing down the side of the tree. Finish the top cut slightly farther out on the limb. Flush cut the stub at the trunk. Actually, what you're going to do is you're going to cut at the growth layer. All right, there's a growth ring at the area where it meets the actual trunk of the tree. Don't use a power pruner for felling or bucking. We're not going to do that, and we don't teach that in our chainsaw safety class. That's left to climbers. All right. Blower safety, never point the blower in the direction of people or animals. Use only enough power to move the materials required. Excessive blower speed is counterproductive and increases your chance of injury. I don't know if you've ever seen the gray people. The gray people are the people that use a blower on full speed, directing it into the wind, and all the debris goes up and lands on their shoulders and turns them completely gray. All right? That shows you as a supervisor they're not using it properly. You got to try to work with the wind wherever possible and just use enough speed on the blower to move the material. Okay? Never block the air discharge chute because it'll put excessive strain on the engine. For lawnmower safety, never attempt to adjust the cutting height of the machine with the engine running. I've seen people try and do that. I saw somebody lose 4 fingers doing that. Never operate lawnmowers on wet grass. Always be sure of your footing. Wet grass tends to tear. It's not actually the appropriate time to cut when it is wet. And I know Parks has done it and has done it in the rain and used tractors in the rain to cut. The reality is, when you're talking about proper procedures, not cutting wet grass is one of the proper procedures. All right? All right, keep a firm grip on the machine and walk. Don't run with the lawnmower. Never operate a lawnmower in an area where serious injury could occur, like steep slopes, unless the lawnmower or the equipment was designed to work on slopes. On a slope, you're going to use a weed trimmer. Other than that, you're going to use a lawnmower on flatter ground. Stop the engine when crossing gravel drives or any other rocky area. I've actually seen this on civil service exam. You're about to cross a gravel path. What should you do with your lawnmower? And the answer is stop the engine as you cross. After striking a foreign object, stop the engine immediately and remove the spark plug wire and secure the wire far enough away from the plug to prevent arcing, and thoroughly inspect the entire machine for damage. You may get the blade of the machine cracked, and that crack can cause it to go through the protective cover and injure the person using it or somebody else nearby. All right. Shut off the engine and wait until the blade stops rotating before servicing any part of the machine. And anytime you're servicing a machine, remove the spark plug wire to prevent accidental starting of the machine. You do realize that most of our machines and equipment have pull starts. Rotating the equipment by hand, just turning the blade on a lawnmower, is like turning the propeller on an airplane. That can result in starting the engine, which is why they want you to remove the spark plug wire to be able to do service on the machine itself. Use a stick to clear a charge, discharge chute. Never use your hands. They're talking about snow throwers in this case. If a snow thrower jams with ice and materials, you want to use a stick, or some snow throwers come with a little shovel or tool to do it, to clear the chute, because it may be under compression when it starts, and when you clear the chute, it may rotate as you're doing it, and I've seen people lose limbs that way. Okay? For weed trimmer safety, always wear eye protection when operating weed trimmer. My preference is for a full plastic face shield to prevent you from, let's say, dog landmines flying up in your face. Okay? It's recommended in addition to the goggles. Never use any type of wire in place of the nylon string. The only thing you're going to use is the material that the manufacturer recommends for use with the machine. Make sure the tools are used properly, seated in their respective bolt or holder, and you have a firm grip on all tools. Using blades on weed trimmer, extreme care has to be taken when you're using a brush or saw blade on a weed trimmer, and some of our older equipment has the ability to have a blade fitted to it. To ensure safe operation, always use the shoulder harness whenever blades are used. Now, some manufacturers specify if you're using a blade on their weed trimmer, you need to use a full shoulder harness with that. And it ties into the machine that if the blade hits something, it doesn't allow the machine to go back into the operator. And that's the reason for the shoulder harness. If a blade hits a hard object, a serious kickback can occur. Use nylon trimmer line near any type of object. When you're using weed trimmer around brush or debris or trees, make sure you're not damaging the bark as you're going around that tree. Use a brush blade to cut brush up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and use a saw blade for small trees up to 2 inches in diameter. So there are basic standards for the amount you can cut with a blade on a weed trimmer. All right. And the reason they're bolded here is they have been on civil service examens in the past. I don't know how detailed people will be that are making the questions up. All right. A cracked or bent blade may shatter, sending dangerous debris flying at the operator or bystanders. Now, when you're cutting a level area, you can follow the pattern above. You cut on this side, which is on the right side of the equipment, and then sweep it to the left. The reason that you use that cutting pattern, it intends to send the debris away from the operator and not towards them, and it gives you a nice level cut for that. When you're cutting high weeds, you make 2 passes. First one to cut it about halfway, and the next one to the height that you want to actually make the level cut to. All right. And when you're cutting a large area, what is the only large area that I said you should use a weed trimmer to cut? Anybody remember?
A slope where you don't have the right equipment.
No. There's no such thing as don't have the right equipment. Did everybody hear that? Yeah. On a civil service exam, we're assuming everybody has the right equipment. They're going to ask you what type of equipment should be used in this situation. They're not going to say, you don't have a lawnmower, what can you use instead? All right? I doubt that. All right? So a slope would be a large area that we would use a weed trimmer to cut because it's less dangerous than using a lawnmower in that area. All right? When you're cutting in a large area, use a square cutting pattern. Basically, you're going to cut around the edges and go around in a circle in a square pattern until you cut the entire area. Okay? We have some basic standards for cutting around shrubs and trees. You basically follow the pattern of sweeping a little bit to the left, then to the right around it, and then you clean up on the other side. Remember, one of the biggest areas of damage that we receive from our own employees operating is using weed trimmers too close to the trees. One of the reasons that it's a good idea to create those mulched areas around the tree to hold moisture for the tree so they'll retain water, but it also doesn't allow the lawn to grow right up to the edge of the tree itself. And Parks has plenty of wood chips to be able to use in those areas. All right. When you're cutting on a slope, follow the pattern above, clearing above and next to yourself so that you're walking on a stable area when you're cutting on a slope. All right. Gravely mower or skag mower, before starting the engine, make sure the direction control levels in the neutral position and the power takeoff levers in the disengaged position. When operating on slopes, use a slow tractor speed and engage the direction control lever slowly. There's no reason to go quickly on a slope. You don't want a heavy machine to slip down the slope itself. Use caution when operating the machine in reverse. You don't want it to run over you. And never operate a machine with the dead man switches disabled. One of the most inappropriate but most common violations of safety rules that are made in parks is the handles, when you release them, automatically shut off the motor. And the reason they do that is to prevent an employee from getting run over by the machine, especially the self-propelled machines. A lot of people will tape those so that the machine keeps running. If I slip and fall, there's nothing that's going to stop the machine from rolling over me or somebody else in the area. Okay? So that we have basic engine starting procedures. Just get familiar with this if you're not familiar with it. First thing you do when it's cold is put the choke switch in the fully closed position. Move the ignition switch to the start-run position. Place the throttle in the start position or depress the trigger throttle to the full open position. Slowly pull the starter cord until tension is felt. You don't just rip on it. You wait until you get some tension and then pull rapidly. That prevents damage to your hands and your carpal tunnel area. All right. After the engine fire, if the engine fires a little bit and then cuts off, you can open the choke halfway and then pull it again. It'll start on the next pull. All right. Move the choke to the run position, which is the fully open position. Once it starts up, hold the throttle in the full open position and pull the starter cord until the engine starts. If the engine is flooded, place the throttle in the fast position, turn the choke to the run position, fully open, and crank the engine until it starts. Then you move to the throttle to the idle position and allow the engine to warm up. It's another thing that people don't do is they don't tend to let the machines warm up, they just start working. When the machine is warm, all you have to do is move the ignition switch to the start run position, place the choke in the run position, and pull the starter cord. Since it's already a warm engine, you don't have to do the full choke thing. Right? Question has been on civil service exams, the difference between a 2-cycle and 4-cycle engine. 4-cycle engines have an oil reservoir that lubricates and cools the engine parts by pumping oil through the engine block and crankcase. Now, understand, I've seen people get confused creating questions on civil service exams, and they think of an oil reservoir on a chainsaw as an engine oil reservoir. That chainsaw oil reservoir is for the bar only. It does not lubricate the engine. So if they ever ask a question about does a 2-cycle engine, do you have to check the oil reservoir on it? It only applies to a chainsaw. So unless they're talking about a chainsaw, it doesn't have an oil reservoir. Okay? 2-cycle engines have no oil reservoir and depend on oil added to the fuel to lubricate and cool the engine. A 2-cycle engine has less moving parts, no camshaft, or timing gears. It allows them to be much lighter than 4-cycle engines, which is why weed trimmers have them, backpack blowers have them, handheld blowers have 2-cycle engines because they're much lighter and easier, and they can also be operated upside down. So they ask, what's that?
They can't be, right? Operated upside down.
A 2-cycle engine? It absolutely can.
Or maybe it's the 4 that can't be?
The 4-cycle engine cannot be operated. Yeah, the 4-cycle engine cannot be operated upside down. It has to be operated in a quasi-level position. Okay, but 2-cycle engines don't have an oil reservoir, and they can be operated in any position. And if you ever saw a climber using it, they'll use it this way. They'll turn it. They'll do a lot of different things with it.
It says if the engine is operated upside down, the oil pump will not be able to lubricate the engine and damage will occur. So you can't use it upside down.
No. Look here. Which one are we talking about? I'm highlighting it right here. It's a 4-cycle.
The next line. the next line.
I know, but this bullet point is about 4-cycle engines. It goes down to here.
Right, and it says it's going to cause damage if you operate it upside down.
That's right, Deborah. What I said was 2-cycle engines can be operated upside down. 4-cycle engines cannot.
Oh, okay. I thought
Okay.
you said it backwards. I don't know. I'm confused. It's fine.
All right, everybody with me on that? Okay. All right, so on the next line, it says a 2-cycle engine can be operated upside down.
I see it.
All right, it's accomplished by allowing the fuel mixture to pass through the crankcase, cooling and lubricating the engine from the bottom, basically. Now, this is the cycles that they have on a 4-cycle engine. They run this way: intake, compression, power, and exhaust. You're not going to exactly remember everything that's going on during these, but it operates in 4 cycles. Intake is 1. Compression is the next one, where it compresses the fuel and air into a tight space at the top of the engine. Power fires the spark plug, and then the piston goes down, driving whatever machine it's driving, and then it exhausts through the exhaust port. All right, does everybody understand that cycle of operation? Intake, compression, power, and exhaust are 4-cycle engines. 2-cycle engines accomplish the same basic operation in just 2 strokes. All right. The power and exhaust in 1 stroke, and intake and compression in the other stroke. So it goes down, up. So every time the piston comes up, it fires. This means that a 2-cycle engine, by weight and size, is far more powerful than a 4-cycle engine of a similar size. All right. It's almost twice the horsepower of the same size engine. 2-cycle engines run at almost twice the speed of 4-cycle engines because they're so efficient at moving material. So basically, the carburetor is on the bottom of the engine, and when the piston moves up, it causes a vacuum that sucks the gas and air and oil into the base of the engine, which lubricates and cools it. When the piston comes all the way down, it opens up a port, and a reed valve here closes that allows the compression of the material in here to funnel into the top of the engine. Then it moves up and compresses it, the spark plug fires, and it pushes down, and when it comes to the exhaust port, it just opens up. So there are no moving parts on the intake and exhaust ports. It's just the position of the piston that actually opens up and closes those areas. So you can see, if I don't mix oil with my gas in a 2-cycle engine, it doesn't lubricate and cool the base of the engine. Okay. We talked about fueling safety earlier. I'm not going to recover it because I'm trying to save a little time.
Hey, Mike, I have a question.
Sure.
Being that Parks is moving towards electrical equipment.
Yep.
We're getting electrical blowers, electrical weed whackers. Are there going to be any questions possibly associated with the operations of electrical equipment?
There may be questions like that because, if somebody's in a district where they've already introduced them, and you got to understand something about the creation of these questions. A lot of people that participate in these exam development teams, they actually use their own basic experience, sometimes things that have happened in the past that annoyed them, that they want to make sure that people that come in the future will understand how to do certain things. So if a person has used electrical equipment, they may come up with questions about electrical equipment. Remember that it's basically checking the battery, making sure the battery does not become wet. It's making sure the battery level stays constant and charging the battery at the end of each day and having spare batteries. So there's not going to be that complicated a question. Other than that, the equipment all functions in the same way as our gas-powered equipment. All right. The only thing is, if they ask which type of equipment doesn't require hearing protection, if they have a weed trimmer that is an electric one, that would be the one you choose. All right. Other than that, there's not really much difference between them. The other thing that I want to make sure that everybody understands, because I've seen questions related to this in civil service exams in the past, is you need to understand how to mix gas and oil in a 2 two-cycle fuel mixture properly. All right. Parks for many years has used a one mix system where they have a two-cycle oil that's usually synthetic, and they say if you add one tube or one container to this to 1 gallon of gas, it will run in every engine. That's not what they're going to ask you. If they ask you a question about a two-cycle oil mixture, it's going to use standard two-cycle oil. That's what I predict if somebody does it. I've seen it in the past and people have got it wrong because they didn't understand the question. In a two-cycle fuel oil mix, you have to determine the amount of two-cycle oil that you need. The first thing you need to understand is some basic understanding of volumes, all right? So 1 gallon of gas is 128 ounces. Everybody who's listening, write that down. 1 gallon of gas is 128 fluid ounces. That number you will need to remember if they ask you about mixing two-cycle oil, okay? The next thing you need is what ratio of fuel to oil you need to operate that engine properly, all right? If you're going to make a mixture of two-cycle oil to fuel, in the manual and sometimes on the cover of the machine, you'll see a ratio like I'm highlighting right now. In this case, I highlighted 32 to 1. 32 is the amount of gasoline in the ratio to 1 being the standard two-cycle oil. Does everybody understand that? Any questions? All right, so, okay, 32 in a ratio, the first number, which is usually the largest number, and I'm highlighting it, it's on this line right here that I'm highlighting. And I'll move it up so that everybody can see it a little better. 32 is the amount of gasoline to the 1 being the two-cycle oil. We need to figure out how much two-cycle oil we need for our mixture. So, if you think about it, I gave you the basic standard. 1 gallon of gas is 128 ounces, right? So in this calculation, they said you have a 2-gallon container.
Right.
All right? Does everybody get that? So you have a 2-gallon container. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to say, well, 1 gallon is 128 ounces. 128 times 2 is 256 ounces. So I need that number to figure out my ratio. All right? The next thing you're going to do is you're going to divide the number of ounces, 256, by the first number in the ratio, which is 32. So 256 divided by 32 gives me the answer of 8 ounces of two-cycle oil is needed to create a 32 to 1 two-cycle to gas mixture. Does everybody understand how that's done?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I've seen them ask this question in the past. The one mix may give you a certain number of ounces that they have to add to each gallon of gas. Make sure any materials or reference materials they give you during the exam you look at in relation to the questions. If they give you, the machine uses the two-cycle oil that is indicated in your test packet, you want to look at what the label says for the proper mixture. Does everybody understand that? I don't want you to get thrown off by this, but you need to understand how to do it with regular, standard two-cycle oil. Also understand, you can never substitute motor oil for two-cycle oil in a mixture. And the reason you can't do that is motor oil is not designed to burn cleanly through an engine. It's designed to lubricate and cool the engine, but it is too thick and heavy, and it tends to carbonize the engine itself. And it actually destroys the engine. Okay. All right, any questions before we move on? Now you'll see that in the...
Mike,
Yes, go ahead.
We went through something briefly, going back to the hand pruner. You gave some specs really quickly. Could you go back over that real quick before you move on? You was naming the specs for the hand pruners and something else.
Yeah, I was talking about hand pruners, which are the hand shears used for general pruning. Those you can cut things up to 3/4 of an inch with if you have really strong hands. Lopping shears are 3/4 all the way up to 2 inches, and power pole pruners are used above that, or hand saws. Okay, so 8 inches or more would be a hand saw or something like that. So if you go beyond 2 inches, you really can't get the lopping shears on it. So you're going to be using hand saws for that. Right? That makes sense?
Yes, thank you so much, man. I was gone, but thank you.
No problem. I was gone, and now I'm back. All right. So does everybody understand mixing of fuels and things like that? By the way, we do have ratios for 20 to 1, 25 to 1, 32 to 1, 40 to 1, and 50 to 1. That's how many different types of equipment. One of the reasons we like to switch to the one mix that the manufacturer of the synthetic oil says, if you mix it to our ratio, it'll work in every machine. If I use a 20 to 1 mix, which is heavier in 2-cycle oil, in a 40 to 1 machine, you'll see the oil dripping out of the exhaust, and you'll see this screen, which is actually a spark arrestor, get carbonized with unburnt oil that burns up and blocks all the holes, and then the engine won't start. So if I add all of these machines that required 50 to 1, 40 to 1, 32 to 1, 25 to 1, or 20 to 1, I would have to have a separate gas container for each one of those mixtures, all right, in order to do it right. All right. Any questions before we move on? Okay. All right, proper way to mix it, you pour about half the amount of gasoline into a clean and empty gasoline container. You cannot use pine oil bottles or anything else. It's got to be labeled for fuel. Add the total amount of 2-cycle oil into the mixture. So in our 32 to 1 mix, it would have been the 8 ounces we talked about. Mix it thoroughly. So you just cover it and shake it around, and then add the remainder of the gasoline required. Mix it again. After we've mixed 2-cycle oil with gas, we don't have to. I've seen a lot of people pick up the container and shake it before they use it. You don't really have to do that. It doesn't separate. It's not like oil and water that separates. All right. A few things about this: don't mix more fuel than you'll use in a week. That question has also been on a civil service exam in the past. All right. So understand that. You're going to use only regular unleaded gas. Don't use diesel fuel, and if you can avoid it, don't use gasohol. Use only 2-cycle oil for the mixture. We talked about that, and never mix gas and 2-cycle oil in the machine's fuel tank. It's not going to mix thoroughly, and the 2-cycle oil will sink to the bottom and probably clog the intake. Okay. Basic equipment maintenance. All 2- and 4-cycle engines have an air cleaner that filter air through oil foam mesh, or paper to remove impurities. Never run an engine without an air filter. Debris can get in the engine and score up the inside of the cylinder. Torn filters must be replaced before operating the engine, and oil-soaked paper filters also have to be replaced. Some of the older Briggs & Stratton engine had a 2-stage filter. It had a paper filter cartridge, and around the outside edge of the cartridge was a foam sleeve. That foam sleeve requires the most maintenance, and what you basically have to do with that is every 10 hours or so of use, you take off the cover on the air filter, you take off the foam sleeve, you wash it with soap and water, regular dish soap like Dawn or anything like that. Wash it with soap and water, rinse it thoroughly, and squeeze out all of the water, and then leave it to the side to dry. The paper filter, the cartridge, you hold up to the light and look through it to make sure that you can still see sunlight a little bit through it. If If it gets to the point where you can't see sunlight coming through it a little bit, then it's time to replace the cartridge. But the foam filter actually prevents that from being necessary as often because it catches most of the debris. The next thing that you have to do with that foam filter is you have to take it and you have to put 2 or 3 drops of regular motor oil, not 2-cycle oil on it, and you have to work it into the foam filter. Then you put it back on the cartridge filter and put it back in place, and you've maintained the air cleaner on that piece of equipment. If you only have a paper filter, then you can use compressed air from the back or the inside of the filter to blow out very lightly to move any debris that might be caught in the fins out. Don't blow it in because it'll get to the inside of the cartridge. Does that make sense to everybody? We talked about this. If the engine is used more now for 4-cycle engines, we only buy 1 weight of motor oil, so I wouldn't worry about the grade on here, although the standard grade that's normally used is 10W30 or 10W40 grade oil. Parks only buys 1 type. If the engine is used more than 5 hours a day, you're going to change the oil more frequently. But on our engines, we're going to change the oil at least every 2 weeks or 25 hours of operation during the season. Spark plugs should be cleaned and reset after every 100 hours of operation or once a month. The small equipment repair shop does not like you to do that on your level in a district, and the reason for that is too many people cross-thread the spark plugs when they put them back in. So they'd rather that maintenance be done in a small equipment repair shop. Alright, I'm going to skip through this because I don't think you need to know that. I want you to read through the rest of this, but I'm running a little behind. They may ask winterization of engines. At the end of the equipment season of operation, or if the equipment is not going to be used for several months, gas-powered equipment has to be stored and to prevent prepared for storage to prevent damage. Use a fuel stabilizer where you drain the fuel tank and then you run it to empty. All right. Fuel stabilizer prevents the fuel from deteriorating over time. Remove all fuel and run the engine until a stop. Old fuel tends to go bad and will foul the spark plug if it's used. In a 4-cycle engine, change the oil. You want fresh oil without contaminants stored in the engine over the winter. Remove the spark plug and place 1 bottle cap full of motor oil directly into the cylinder through the spark plug opening. If it's a 2-cycle engine, you're going to put a half a cap full. All right. With the spark plug removed, you're going to pull the starter cord slowly to operate the starter system to coat the inside of the cylinder with oil. It prevents corrosion of the cylinder during storage. Every month during the storage of the equipment, the starter cord should be operated to recoat the inside of the cylinder with oil. Okay? And that's to prevent rust from forming on a steel sleeve inside the engine itself. Replace the spark plug and thoroughly clean the entire machine. The equipment's now ready for storage. Does everybody understand the storage of equipment? Because they've asked that. By the way, for a snow thrower, you summarize it. We're talking about winterizing, but if a snow thrower is going to be stored over the summer until it's necessary to be used, you'd use exactly the same procedure I talked about here to store that one over the summer months, and then you prepare it for operating. When you're returning it to service, inspect the machine to ensure the guards are in place and the machine's in working order. On 4-cycle engines, you check the oil level, fill the tank with fresh fuel, and be sure to use a proper fuel oil mixer in 2-cycle engines. Check the spark plug for proper gap and cleanliness and replace or clean the gap as needed, and reset the gap as needed. Start the engine following the proper starting procedures. Are there any questions? I hope you found that useful. I'm going to switch to something else. One of the things that we didn't talk about in a previous session was guidelines for working at parks for POP workers. And I'm going to talk about a few things that supervisors have to focus on. So I'm going to just cover this briefly. The material I'm going to refer to is the 2022 guide or standard operating procedures for POP workers. All right, and there are guidelines for supervisors as well. So I'm going to move to this. We're going to talk a little bit about time and leave for POP, and you'll notice that a lot of these standing operating procedures, and this was actually posted online for you, were put in place for POP workers so that we are familiar with the basic rules for them. Some of them have been recently updated, so I'm going to try and go through that with you. You have to remember that the Parks Opportunity Program, or POP, is a transitional work program. It's basically trying to transition people off of public assistance into private sector jobs. And part of that is to establish an experience and give them training and guidance in how to do interviews and things like that so they can get jobs in the private sector. It is not necessarily to get them public sector jobs like with us. So if you ever see a question about, well, one of the ways to motivate a POP worker is to offer them a job in parks, it doesn't happen as often as people might think. Sometimes we have a hiring freeze and we can't hire anybody, so their job and goal should be private sector employment ultimately. All right. That doesn't mean people don't get hired occasionally, and I know some of the people on this call are former POP workers, but the reality is that that's not the majority of jobs that we get for people. Okay. Once a week, they're going to go to career coaching, so their basic schedule is 4 days long, and once a week in career coaching, unless they're in a special program like high school GED program or something like that. So think about the fact that most POP workers work a 4-day work week with the district, and then they have an assignment with or a visit with their career coach or another training event. They have the basic chain of command in here, which you know. Hold on 1 second. They have a proper uniform. They have a Parks baseball cap. They have a short sleeve, lightweight coveralls. In the winter, they have heavyweight coveralls as well. They have 2 Parks t-shirts and 1 pair of work gloves that's issued to them as part of their assignment. So just in case you wanted to know what it was.
Hey, Mike, this isn't in the package, but we have to go online. and
This is
record
the,
resources?
that's the one online. Yes. Okay. It's also, if you have access to the intranet, you can search for POP Handbook, and it will come up if you search the intranet. It's a PDF document that I downloaded from them. Okay.
Thank you.
Mike, I have a question.
Yes.
The chain of command, is the gardener on there?
The gardener's not on there. Hold on 1 second. Let's go there. I see. Okay. They have the POP worker, city park worker. They have the crew chief, which is their first level of chain of command, which would be a crew chief or an APSW. It can also be a city park worker, occasionally just taking them to location to location. Their next level is park supervisor level 1, then park supervisor level 2, then their PRM. They don't have regional manager in here yet. And then deputy chief of operations. They don't have the gardener in there, but they can. Level 2 gardener can supervise them as well, because they have the same supervisory level responsibilities as an APSW with regard to maintaining a crew that's doing gardening. Does that make sense to everybody? That answer your question?
Yes, with them. What about with us? Us with POP
What do you mean?
in the regular chain of command. They outrank a CPW?
Who?
But a gardener.
A gardener, if a CPW is assigned to work with a gardener who's a level 2 gardener on a gardening project, you listen to them. Okay?
No, just in general.
That's what I'm saying.
No, if it's not a gardening job.
If the only person in a district that And I'm sorry, this is not related to anything they're going to ask you on this exam. I apologize this.
Oh, okay.
But if the only person they're going to have in on a specific day is a level 2 gardener, which is the only level that has any supervisory responsibility, your supervisor can designate anybody as the one in charge.
Okay.
Okay? That makes
thank
sense?
you.
A
Yes.
smart supervisor will choose the person that has some supervisory responsibility, like a level 2 gardener. Okay?
Over APSW or no?
I'm not going to get involved in that. That's not a question that's appropriate for you. Okay?
Okay.
All right. All right. So we talked about that. Sorry, you set me off a little bit there. All right. Now we're going to talk about payroll and timekeeping, and this is where I'm going to hold the line on this a little bit, because the only question I've ever seen on a civil service exam has to do with payroll and timekeeping and their visits to their career coaches and things like that. So I'm going to focus on that. Pop workers do get holiday pay. Pop workers who work on any of the holidays, not on the observed day, but the actual holiday, will be compensated by an additional 26% holiday premium pay. That's not the full time and a half, but at least they're getting something extra for working on that holiday. Premium pay will be paid for regular hours worked on the holiday only. 8 hours maximum per holiday. Now you got to remember, as a supervisor, you can't schedule somebody for more than 8 hours on a holiday unless they're on overtime that's approved by your chief. Remember, overtime must be approved at a chief level or higher. Okay. I'm going to talk about. Hold on one second.
Mike, sorry, I
Yes.
have a question about holiday pay. You said the pop workers get is that only the holiday that we observe, or do
No,
they
it's
have
the
specific
actual holiday they have to work on. It's actually, that's what I said. They have to work the actual holiday in order to get that.
Okay, but is it all holidays or specific holidays? Because you said this is the 2022 updated information on pop workers, correct?
Yep. So the holidays they're talking about are Washington's birthday, which is now President's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, and Christmas Day.
Okay, thank you. Great.
Okay? And it's the 5 holidays. It's Washington's birthday, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, and Christmas Day. All right?
Okay.
All right. Good question, by the way. Thank you. All right, so as a pop worker, they'll be with Parks for 6 months. That's the expected time period for any pop worker. And remember, they're not job training participants. When you're talking to people or to pop workers or anything like that, they are pop workers. They work 5 days a week, 8 hours per day with a 30-minute unpaid lunch break. So it's the same for most of our maintenance and operations personnel. They are a 7-day-a-week operation. Depending on the assignment, the pop worker may receive 2 paid 15-minute breaks each day. It's a standard that most people work under, and it's good practice. At most locations, pop workers are required to work at least 1 weekend day. This is what's given to the pop workers as they're standing and operating procedures and working in parks so that they're aware of it. You're expected to work 4 days a week at your work site for guidance, under the guidance of your supervisor, and 1 day a week you're expected to attend counseling, job search sessions, or training. So understand the way that works for them. You will notice here it's their responsibility to notify their supervisor of any activity that takes them out of the field, okay, for whatever reason, okay. Pop workers have the same standards for call-ins as everybody else. It does say that a pop worker with 3 AWOL absences will be terminated. So if they ask you a question about how many absences without leave can somebody have who's a pop worker without being terminated, the answer is a maximum of 3. Maximum of 2. 3 will get them terminated. Trainees who have over 6 absences.
Excuse me, Mike.
Yeah.
I know they're saying that they can't be terminated off of absences like that now. And they would have to give the option to resign.
That is okay. Understand, they can be terminated. They're giving them the option to resign so that sometime in the future they could still hold a public service job. Does that make sense?
Yes.
The difference is semantics. You're terminated or you can resign. Which one are you going to choose? It's the same thing. They're fired either way. Does that make sense? Good question, though. All right. Now, a trainee who has over 6 absences, including AWOL absences, from the work site or from any job search can be terminated from the program. So if they're out more than 6 times for any reason, whether it's sick, it's whatever, if they go more than 6 absences, they can be terminated from the program. And a lot of times that'll happen independent of the supervisors even knowing, because they'll be reviewing their time. But understand, as a supervisor, you're supposed to be tracking those absences. All right. Latenesses follows the same 5-minute grace period as everybody else in the agency. Just to let you know, I'm gonna talk about certain things. They still have active HRA appointments, Human Resources Administration appointments. They can't miss those scheduled appointments. So if you have something going on in your district and a POP worker has to go to an HRA appointment, they must go, or they'll terminate their case. And terminating their case will stop them from working for parks. So just understand that. Everybody is a member of the union who's a POP worker, and union dues are taken out. They can choose not to join, but most people do join. Paid absences. This is another question that has come up on civil service exams for supervisors. After 90 consecutive calendar days of service, so basically 3 months of service, and full compliance with all requirements of attended mandatory training programs, a POP worker receives 1 paid personal day and 1 paid illness or emergency absence day. So they have 2 days that they can use for an emergency or illness. For a paid personal day, I want to schedule my personal day off, or 1 paid illness or emergency absence day to take care of themselves or family member. So people sometimes ask on civil service exams, how many paid days off can a POP worker get? And the answer is 1 paid personal day, 1 paid illness emergency day. All right. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, I'm not going to go into anything else. All right. The rest of it's just standard stuff. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute break, if that's okay for you. It's 11:22. Everybody come back at 11:32.
11:32. Okay.
Hey, Mike, I have a quick question.
Yep.
Whenever there's a reference to a law, there's a symbol that's usually before it. It's like an SS.
Yep.
What is that called?
Subsection.
Subsection.
That's why it looks like a double S. It's a subsection.
Yeah, it looks like a double
Yeah.
S.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
All right.
Show the answer.
Okay, let me go check this stuff out.
Mike, are you still there?
Mike, can I ask you a question?
You can.
Yes, how you doing? Previous you were talking about chain of command. If a question pops up on a civil service exam, if the PS1 and PS2 is not on duty that day or called out sick, if you only have a gardener, a maintenance worker, and an APSW, who takes the leadership role?
Whoever the supervisor designates. That's what I said before, and I don't think everybody caught it. So you got to realize that you just named 3 non-supervisory personnel: a level 1 gardener, a city park worker, or a maintenance worker. They're all non-supervisory. So from that point of view, it is whoever the supervisor trusts to run the district when they're in their absence. Okay?
So if both called out and we were unaware of it, and all 3 of us showed up plus the staff, who takes the leadership role?
Well, when I was there, it was me. But from that point of view, it's not a standard thing. Yeah, if I would, usually what I do is have planning for that in advance. Remember when we talked about planning, organization, and all of that? When we plan for that eventuality where somebody calls in sick, like I didn't plan on calling out today, but I'm out, I might have designated somebody the night before in a way that somebody could actually do that, you know? So that's the kind of thing I would do, and it's more of an advanced thing. I would set it up in advance so I didn't have to worry about it, you know? But it becomes known in a district who the supervisors designate as the person in charge when they're out, because they're the one that when they know about it, and I'm going to only have those three people you mentioned, they'll designate somebody. They'll say, okay, Joe's going to be in charge, or Mary's going to be in charge, whoever it is. All right. And I would assume, I don't like to say the word assume, but usually if the supervisor's out, they're normally designating, let's say, Mary, then Mary's going to be the one if they call in. You know what I'm saying? So, it's that kind of thing. Don't get into let me be indelicate here. Don't get into a pissing match as to who's in charge, because everybody gets in trouble if nothing gets done. Just make sure whatever work's assigned in the district manual is done, and you won't have any issues. All right? And that's one of the reasons that a supervisor should be planning the day before for the work that's going to happen the next day. So it's outlined in the district logbook so that they can see it and you know what needs to be done. And then it might be as simple as everybody takes a roll.
Thanks, Mike. I was just curious, like if something like that pops up on the civil service exam, I was just curious.
No, it's,
do I pick?
yeah, they would, I can't say never. Somebody would be, shall I say, dumb enough to ask that question, but the reality is that there's no single way of pointing, oh, this person's in charge. If it was a level 2 gardener or an APSW or another PS, if it was a level 2 gardener or an APSW, it would be one of those two people, because they are crew leaders. So understand that. So if you have a choice and the only person left is a level 2 gardener, that level 2 gardener can easily take the role of the person in charge of the area. Okay? And if it's an APSW, that APSW can easily take the role, because that, even in the APSW job specs, it said will serve in the capacity of a park supervisor in that supervisor's absence. That makes sense? By the way, gardener spec says the same thing, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Mike.
Okay, no problem. And that's why when you have a gardener and an APSW, who's in charge? It's whoever the supervisor wants to be in charge. All right?
No, Mike.
What do you mean, no? Okay. I guess not. All right.
Hey, okay. No, I thought he was gonna go in further.
No, I thought he was asking a question. Was he
Yeah, me
just
too,
making a
'cause I
statement
wanted
of
to-
no?
Yeah, I want to hear the answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he said no, but I don't know what he meant by no.
Yeah, Mike, all gardeners are in charge of horticultural beds and horticulture only. Right? Just G1s in general. They're not.
No, not necessarily, because they can be placed in charge of horticulture planting that might involve combination with operations personnel like CPWs and APSWs who might operate equipment in the area and things like that. The gardener's in charge of all those personnel when they're doing a horticulture project. But they still have supervisory responsibilities. They can be asked to do it temporarily. Okay? Okay. Thank you.
So a gardener can be control of.
It's not an automatic. Understand, it's whoever the supervisor designates. Let's not get into,
Okay.
forgive me, a pissing match between gardeners and APSWs as to who's in charge. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I, as a supervisor, can designate anybody in charge and say the CPW is in charge today. The CPW is going to give you your assignments because I gave them written instruction to do so. And then you'll all complain about it. Okay? All right, so what day is this?
Hey, Mike, can I interject there?
Yes?
I guess it's whoever the supervisor deemed more responsible at that time to handle whatever is going on.
That's exactly what I said. It's whoever the supervisor designates as charge, and basically it's whoever they trust the most. That's true. Okay? All right, but you're asking a question, and this is one of the problems with this type of environment. You're asking a question that's theoretical. The supervisor's not there to say, Joe, Mary, Sue, Mike is in charge. Now you're like, which one should we figure out together? Look, folks, work together and get all the work done. All right, not get into who was in charge, because if no work gets done, everybody's in trouble because nobody took the lead. All right, that makes sense. All right, but don't let it get to that. When you're a supervisor, plan for people being out and then designate somebody in charge. All right,
Mike, I have a question.
sure.
Okay,
If
Going
it's
back
related
to-
to who's in charge, no.
No.
Go ahead.
going back to the pops.
Yes.
A lot of pops are being extended. If they use up their 1 day, their 2 days for the 6 months, do they get another 2 days for the extension?
I believe when they did longer extensions at one time, they said every 6-month period, because sometimes that happens, but I'm not really sure. I know on a civil service exam, it was asked as, for every 6-month period, how many days did they get? And it's 2 days per 6-month period.
Okay, gotcha.
That was a good question. Thank you. All right. So now we're finally on day 5. All right. Everybody okay with moving on? And we're not going to ask any more questions about who's in charge when I'm not here?
No, I have one question, but not about that though.
Go ahead. Ask
It
quick.
was in reference to the pop. If the facility is closed on the reserve holiday and they don't work on the weekends, which the holiday may fall on, how do they get paid in reference to that?
If the facility is closed on an observed holiday, good question. Okay. So the facility is closed on an observed holiday, or it's closed on one of the other holidays that aren't one of the 5 they get paid for or paid time and a half for. What do? A good supervisor will arrange for that employee to work in another area of parks for that 1 day so they don't lose a day's pay.
Got it.
Don't work, they don't get paid.
Got it.
Okay, does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. All right, great question. All right, any other questions?
Yes, Mike.
Yeah.
When it comes to the attendance, if a pot worker is out, let's say 20 times, does that mean the supervisor didn't properly do their job if they don't put in a termination? Or is it at the discretion of the supervisor? Or is that an advocate supposed to pick it up?
Okay, number one, it's not at the discretion of the supervisor, it's a parks policy that they have to enforce. So the basic and simplest answer to your question, if somebody's been out 20 times and they haven't taken any action, no discipline, no termination procedures, no request for termination, then the supervisor didn't do their job. And that supervisor is trying to balance not losing a half a body. Half a body is as good as nobody because everybody starts saying, I can be out 20 times. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to allow things to go on that way as a supervisor. So the supervisor is the one, after those 6 absences, that should have requested termination of the employee and or resignation. Okay? And yeah, they would bring them in and say, we can terminate you or we can offer you resignation. Okay? Make sense?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Mike, I'd like to ask a question.
Mhm.
Okay, it's pertaining to the CDL. It's something that I missed last week. Is that okay?
Yeah? Go ahead, quick.
So if you drop, if your vehicle breaks down and you have to put the markers out, was 50 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet? What's the designation on that again?
First marker goes out 10 feet behind the vehicle. The next marker goes 100 feet behind the vehicle, and it's the third marker goes 200 feet behind the vehicle. On a curve, it can be 100, 200, and a little bit further. I think I have it outlined in there, but I'm trying to remember the numbers offhand. But I'm not on that.
I've been trying to remember those numbers as well. On the incline, it's 100, 250, something like that, or 200, 150.
I don't remember offhand. When we take our next break, I'll look it up for you. All right?
Okay.
No problem. All right. All right. So back to the topic. Now we're going to talk about special events. All right, because now we're finally on day 5. Let's get into this material right here. All right. Special event management, parks host a lot of special events. A lot of this material that I'm using here comes from the field operations manual. We do things like concerts, cultural performances, sports competitions, press events, ribbon cuttings, and groundbreakings. You don't need to know that a manager's signature required on all applications before it can be forwarded. That has to do with the basic operations of an organization requesting a permit. By the way, one thing that I don't think that we mentioned when we were talking about the rules and regulations, if a person wants to have a party with a bunch of family members or a picnic in a park, if they are going to have 20 or more people at that event, or more than 20 people, they need a permit. Okay, so that's something that has been asked about how the rules for special events or events are managed. So understand, you need a permit if you have more than 20 people in an event. Okay, even for a family picnic. So a lot of people don't realize that. So there will be a meeting with the Director of Special Events 3 times each week, 1 time per week in November to March. The goal of the meetings is to advise the Director of Special Events of closed facilities so that they don't schedule one for a closed facility. Review all the applications carefully, consult with other PRMs and chiefs of operations. Supervisors have feedback into this. If it's an event that happened last year and it was problematic, they give that information to the manager so that the manager can discuss it with the special events office, and they may not approve a permit if it was a major problem from the last event. Okay, they have to process all applications promptly. They can't let any issues linger. Maintain good relationship with the local police precinct, community affairs officer. Everybody who's a supervisor should be doing that as well. Maintaining a good relationship with the local precinct, their community affairs officer, and other members of the police to be able to coordinate some of the issues that come up about special events. Every district should be maintaining a calendar of all special events. All right, know your district, know your events. That is a statement that is directed at the supervisor. Know what events are coming up, know what events happened last year, and when they're expected to happen again this year. Site preparation. As a supervisor, you conduct an on-site meeting in advance with the special events coordinator, the PRM, PS, level 2 supervisor, PS, in some cases the deputy chief of operations. Prepare a punch list of what the district work needs to be done. That punch list is prepared by the supervisors in the district. Be sure to identify the specific person responsible for each task. If you're going to assign tasks related to a special event, you have to have in mind the person who's going to do each of those. Follow up all written memos with a conversation work orders as necessary. Sometimes shop work needs to be done to prepare for the special event. Inspect trees for hanging or damaged limbs. I made a mistake as a supervisor and forgot to check a tree, and there was a hanging limb directly over the head of former Commissioner Stern, and he called me out in public at the event and stated that I was trying to kill him by leaving that branch up there. So make sure you look up. It's a 3-dimensional world. It's a mistake I'll never make again. Remove any plastic bags or debris from the tree, and remove dead limbs and small trees that are like sucker growth on the trees. All painting should be done the day before the event. If you must paint the day of the event, paint early with latex paint and spray paint only, and use wet paint signs. Many of an event has been ruined by painting immediately before the event happens, and then they usually, if it's a playground opening or something like that, they like to put a bunch of kids on the playground. We've seen events where the kids got up on the playground equipment and they got paint all over their clothes because of it. All right. So here's the basic standard: you should plan for painting the day before and use only latex-based paint so that it dries quickly. All right. Check your signage. Replace or install as necessary your routed signs, your consolidated rule signs, and any other posted signs that are necessary for that site. Remember, all requests for signage must go through the borough sign coordinator. It is not a direct request to Fibro or the borough shops anymore. It's through the sign coordinator. Write that down just in case. All right?
Right.
Yes.
Are we still doing routed signs, or is it the new format?
It's the new consolidated signs. Some of the boroughs still have, like
So
on the
Robert-
perimeters of parks where they're doing multiple signs, but it's not at the entrances, and they just want to let people know this is the park. They still have routed signs.
Okay.
Can you repeat that again, Mike? Who does it go through?
The borough sign coordinator.
Sign coordinator. Okay.
Yes, and that's the person that all signs are ordered from, and I can't give you the person in each borough because I don't know who they are. Okay? All right. Replace any flags as necessary. So check your flag poles, make sure the flags are properly displayed and in good shape. When an event calls for a spray shower to be turned on, you have to test the system in advance. In other words, a lot of the new modern spray showers that we have automated sensors on them that you touch them and the spray shower comes on. Make sure it works before the event. It's very embarrassing for the commissioner to walk over and touch something and it doesn't happen. All right. Check your comfort station and water fountains to make sure they're functioning and well stocked with supplies and clean and good repair. Setting up for the event for supervisors. In the field operations manual, you'll see that they try to isolate what tasks each individual is supposed to do. So for supervisors, you get to the site early, you anticipate the commissioner's route coming to the site if it's a groundbreaking or it's a ribbon cutting. Make certain the perimeter of the park's clean and graffiti free, and identify in advance a person or a liaison for the commissioner and important guests for the event. They'll want to talk to people who's here. Sometimes the commissioner at an event will want to thank the district operations personnel and name some people, so you want to make sure you have the information for them. Thoroughly clean the area where the platforms, podium, sound system, and chairs will be set up. The area should be ready a minimum of 1.5 hours before the event time. Anytime you see specific times, remember them. All right. You want to have the area where the podium's going to be ready an hour and a half before. That way, special events can come in and set up the podium if it's necessary. M&O personnel should be on hand to assist the special event staff with the setup of the podium and sound system. They should conduct a sound check in advance of the event start time to make sure everybody can hear what's being said. Set up the podium. Supervisors should be working out that their staff helps the special events office set up whenever possible, all right, as long as everything else is done. Whenever possible, the podium should face the sun. I know that it sounds counterproductive, but that way the best shots for photographers and video personnel will be had. If you set them up the other way, the person will be in shade and basically come out in silhouette. All right. For ground breakings, you coordinate with your borough's capital construction director, and you have to have a minimum of 3 yards of soil in a small mound. Even though they're not actually digging in the ground, you'll get some soil and pile it in 3 yards of soil so that they can dump it out, so they can shovel it. It says minimum of 3 yards of soil. If it looks like too much, it might be. I've seen people use less, but as long as they have a mound that's visible in a photo, as if they're breaking ground on it. For a ribbon cutting, you have to have the ribbon for cutting. Shovels and hard hats are supplied by the special events office. PEP can hold the ribbon for ribbon cuttings. Determine ahead of time the park's photographer where the crowd's to be positioned for the photo. Sometimes you can talk to the park's photographers, Danny and Spencer, to make sure that everything is set up. Position of the flags. This has been on multiple civil service exams. The American flag is always positioned to the speaker's right. So if they're on individual stands, the American flag is always positioned to the speaker's right, facing the audience. So if you're seeing me in my video, where I'm pointing to my right. That's where the American flag should be. It looks to the left on yours. So where the podium's standing, if you're facing that person, if you were the person standing at the podium, the American flag goes on their right. So just point with your right hand to the right. All right. The park's flag should be positioned to the city flag should be positioned to the speaker's left, and the park's flag should be positioned to the left of the city flag. All right. So it is American flag to the right of the speaker, City flag to the left of the speaker, and then the parks flag to the left of the city flag. Does that make sense to everybody? If another country's flag is flown, it is to the right, but closer to the speaker than the American flag. The American flag is always placed to the area of importance to the furthest to the right. If the flags are set up in a single three-flag stand, the city flag is to the right of the American flag, and the parks flag goes to the left of the American flag as it's facing the audience. And make sure the American flag is positioned forward on the stand. They usually have them tilted a little bit, so you'll see the American flag's in the middle. One of the ways to remember this, if it's on a three-flag stand like that, if you're looking facing the stage and it's on a three-flag stand like that, the American flag is in the middle. The city flag, as you're facing it, is to, if you're facing from the stage, is to the right of the American flag, and the parks flag is to the left of it. But if you're looking at it from the audience's perspective, you can remember the positioning by the acronyms CAP, City, American, Parks. Does that make sense to everybody? That's from the point of view of the audience looking at that three-flag stand. City to the left of the audience, American in the middle, Parks to the right of it. Does that make sense?
Mike, when is the POW flag used?
What's that?
The POW.
POW-MIA flag is used on flag poles only, to my understanding. I don't think they put it onto the three flag system. All right, you'd have to. All right, so it is on the flag poles.
Yes, they do put it. They do put it on the flag system, Mike. It goes under the arm.
Under the what's that?
Yes, they do put it on the flag system.
No. We're talking about a special event where the flags are standing as individual flags or on a three-flag setup. I don't believe they use the POW-MIA's flag on that setup. On a flag pole, they do. Somebody seen it?
Yeah,
it's on the flag. What's that? Folks, we're not talking about flag poles here. We're talking about stands with flags on them.
Question. The
English.
the three flag pole. The three stand. Okay, cap formation. And
Yes.
If
And
it's
from the point of view of the audience.
right.
So I'm looking at the stage. City, American in the center, Parks to the right.
Like the
Okay.
front, like you're looking at the front of the park.
Yeah. I'm looking at the stage where they're going to speak.
So if what's the other one? The separate flag system, separate flag, or you said American on the right.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm going to see if I can draw something for you. I'm not sure if I can, but I'll try. Okay.
So there are separate flags, one on each side of the speaker.
Hang on 1 second. Okay. This little box that I'm drawing on the screen, can everybody see it?
Yep, green box.
That's the podium. Okay? If you have a flag stand here, a flag stand here, and a flag stand here, just the individual staffs, the speaker is right here. Got it? This would be the American flag. And from the speaker's point of view, that's to the speaker's right. This is the city flag. And this is the parks flag. Got it? Does that make sense? And if they were on a stage, that's the way it would be set up on the stage. The audience is here, looking at them. Okay?
And any other flags, like country flags, would be right next to the American flag.
Yeah, if it's another country's flag, it would be placed right here. Okay? Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to try my best to erase part of this. Where's my eraser? if I'm placing those flags on a stand that holds 3 flags. So let's put that, I'm going to see if I can draw that flag here. Back to this. Sorry, I'm learning the system, so I'm going to try and get it right. This just isn't going to work for me today. I can draw on this thing all day, and it's not working for me right now. There you go. All right, so if we are doing doing 3 individual flags on one flag stand. So here's the flag stand.
Background noise, Mike, mute it.
Hold on 1 second. Okay? Now, this is one flag stand. And it's got 3 mounts for flags. It usually looks like this. If you have this setup, so remember what we said about the stage itself. This setup would be placed to the speaker's right, which would be here where the flag was before. But in this case, the city flag goes here. The American flag goes here to the front, and the Parks flag goes here. Does that make sense? Now, if you remember, I said you can remember this positioning by the acronym CAP, City American Parks. Does that make sense to everybody? Any questions about that? Only if you get it out. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about flags a little bit later, but I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page with that. All right. If we have a flagpole, let me do it now since we're on so much flag stuff. But if we're on a flagpole, this is the pole itself. At the top of the pole would be the American flag. Below that, on the flagpole, would be POW MIA. So that's this flag right here. Everybody get that? If the flag has a yardarm, which is that crossbar, like that. The American flag and the POW/MIA flag stay in the same positions. American flag at the top, POW/MIA just below it. The city flag goes here, and the Parks flag goes here. When you're looking at it from the front of the pole, the yardarm's usually mounted on the front of the pole. So if you stand in the area with the yardarm's mounted on that side of the pole, and you can still use the same acronym, City American Parks or CAP. So as you're facing the flag from the entrance of the park or whatever it is, you should be able to see the city to your left, the American and POWMIA in the middle at the highest points, and the park's flag to the right. Does that make sense?
We might have a question.
Sure.
Flag etiquette. Does Park still practice that whenever you take down a damaged or soiled flag and it's properly disposed of?
Yes. Yeah, we won't disrespect the flag as an agency. Okay? So yeah, flag etiquette is supposed to happen. So you take it down, you never let the flag touch the ground. It's supposed to be disposed of properly. And the way parks disposes of flags is they usually contact the local Boy Scout troop, and they'll dispose of the flag through a ceremony and burning it. Okay? But that's the way to properly do it. All right?
Thank you.
All right. Now.
Mike, I have a question.
Sure.
The half mast.
Okay.
When someone passes, when the memorial flag, when we lower it, where does the flag go?
Okay. The flag should be positioned out of reach of the public. That includes the POWMIA flag. The proper way to do this is to raise the American flag all the way to the top and bring it down halfway to show that the nation's in mourning, basically, or the city's in mourning in this case. And the city and parks flag should be lowered on the yard arm to just below the American flag as well. Okay? Does that make sense?
I thought the American flag was already up.
It is. In lowering it half mast, we leave them up, and I understand that. If you were doing this in a place where you raise the flag in the beginning of the day and you lower them at the end of the day, flags should be illuminated at night to show respect for the flag. I'm using the nation's standard for flags. You raise it all the way. If it's already up, then you're going to bring it down halfway, bring down the city and parks flags as well. Okay? You don't leave them ever above it.
So it goes to the yard arm?
It should be just above it.
So where does the POW go? Below?
Just below the yard arm.
So the city and parks is where? I'm asking because everybody tells me something different. Even different supervisors tell me, so I'm asking.
Tell me what they tell you. Tell me one thing that they tell you.
That the American flag should come all the way down, so where does the POW flag go? And it's like right with it.
Yes, because it's mounted on the same line just below it. Okay? So
like side by side, but I know that's wrong.
No, side by side's not wrong. It should be just below it. The American flag and the POWMIA flag are usually on the same halyard. The halyard is the rope that's so when you bring down the American flag, it will bring down the POWMIA flag at the same time. Now, if you have a yard arm, you're going to bring the city and the parks flag down slightly as well. But you want to always make sure that the American flag is above both of them. Okay? So it's a little more different. You're not going to be able to bring the city and parks flag below the yard arm itself. So you bring it down, but you can't bring it down to where the public can reach them. Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
Right.
What's that? All right. Thank you for the questions. All right. At a special event, have extra chairs ready in nearby truck or facility, just in case we have to bring out more. Reserve parking spaces for the guests and walk through the entire park and playground, correct defects, and remove all graffiti. Have graffiti spray or spray paint and a toolbox on hand. That's all from the point of view of a supervisor. Clean the comfort station and stock it with toilet paper, hand towels, and soap, and make sure that there are enough trash cans, especially adjacent to the area where the food will be served. Now, you'll notice it says adjacent. Don't put it right next to where the food's being served. All right? You want a place where people can dispose of it, but you don't want to draw bees, things like that, to where the food is anyway. Um, After setting up, make sure that all parks vehicles are parked at a reasonable distance from the event, and make sure no vehicles are parked on the paths or on grass. During the event, wear a name tag and proper uniform as required. Maintain properly fitted uniform too. Don't have your shirt tails out, things like that. You're supposed to look the part of that supervisor. Maintain eye contact with your supervisor to ensure quick communication and know where your key staff are located. They may be necessary to attend to a condition. So you want to be in touch with your manager. Your manager would signal you that something has to be dealt with. You're supposed to know where your staff is at that point. All right. Be alert when either the commissioner or the borough commissioner are speaking. You may be called upon for recognition. Hopefully it'll be recognition and not what happened to me. Remain active during the event. In other words, don't just stand around and watch. Remove any empty chairs, air chairs as needed. Be reasonable about this. Some of our chairs are very noisy to move. The reason they're saying remove any empty chairs is if they were expecting 75 people to show up for an event and only 20 show up, it really looks empty when there's a bunch of empty chairs behind them. But I've seen people trying to do this at special events where they're making a tremendous amount of noise removing those extra chairs. So be reasonable and decide what should happen and get advice of your manager. Have personnel available to monitor bathrooms and clean up as necessary. For basic staff, I'm not going to go through the staff operation. I want you to be aware of the supervisor's operation. For breakdown, don't bring vehicles into the area until the area is free of people. Have M&O personnel assist the special event staff with the breakdown of the sound equipment. Historically, they have sent maybe one person to a special event to set up all the special event stuff. Now they've increased that staff, but it was difficult for one person to do. Account for all the chairs or tables that are on loan from the storehouse and other locations. Remember to return the chairs you borrowed from the storehouse. All right. Biggest complaint they have of supervisors is trading out of chairs that are in good condition for bad chairs. When it's all over, send a note to the special event coordinator or chief of operations if you observed any conditions that could be improved. It's just suggestions for improvement for the future. Keep a record of what worked well and what needed improvement, and share the information with your chiefs. For supervisors, operations regulation for private and non-emergency services vehicle operating in parks property has instructions for the operation of non-parks vehicles using parks property for special events. So you should look in the vehicle operations for how they should operate their vehicles. We have had people setting up for a special event run over people in parks, so we want to make sure they're escorted in the parks and that they get there safely. All right, so next thing we're going to talk about is swimming pool operations, and I'm going to give you a heads up. There will be some math involved in this, okay? So we're going to talk about swimming pools themselves. I'm not going to talk about the numbers. People shouldn't be asking you the number of swimming pools we have. It changes. If you want to check the accurate number, right now some of them are out of service. We've traditionally had 55 outdoor pools and 12 indoor pools. Some of our pools are shut down right now, so it wouldn't be legitimate. Remember that the most important job of agency personnel assigned to a pool is to maintain safe and pleasant facility for the public to use. So we're going to talk about a lot of operations, but I can't go through the full pool operations class, so I'm going to key on certain things that everybody should know about a pool, that people may actually key on when they're doing questions related to it. All right, so I'm going to skip a lot of this and get to you should read through this section in here, but I'm just going to get to what's key on the pool itself. Pool supervisors are required to have a daily safety and security meeting. That safety and security meeting is to discuss things that happened the previous day and corrections to issues that may come up or events that may be going on that day. The people that should be in attendance at this are the pool manager, which is the level 2 supervisor, the lieutenant lifeguard, a PEP sergeant if they're available, police, and anybody else that would be necessary to deal with this. If the issue's at the front entrance as people are coming in, then you should have the staff that personnel or is responsible for the front entrance there for this meeting. You have to outline the topic that was discussed and any action that's required. And the pool manager, which is a level 2 supervisor, signs off on that. Now, the Department of Health code that covers pool operations is called Article 165. Anybody who works at a pool should familiarize yourself with them, but anybody who doesn't but might be asked questions about pool operations needs to understand the name of the document that is the health code for city pools is Article 165. All right? You have to be familiar with the provisions of the code and train all the subordinate staff in observing code regulations. Now, that is the supervisor's responsibility, not just the Parks Academy. The health code has to be displayed where the staff can see it. So a copy of Article 165 has to be posted on the bulletin board and available, and it will be something that the health department is looking for when they come to a pool. And this prominently display the health department's certificate of operation. What that actually is a pool operator certification, which would be the Parks Academy Pool Operations Certificate, has to be posted on the bulletin board. So there are 3 items that have to be posted on the bulletin board at every pool. Actually 4, I'll include one more. You have the Article 165 from the health department. You need the pool operator certification that's held by a supervisor at the pool. You need to have the lifeguard certifications posted on a bulletin board at the pool itself. The permit for the pool has to be posted at the pool itself. And one last thing, I'll add one more. The safety plan for the pool has to be readily available and posted on the bulletin board. All right? So all of those items that are on there, the 4 that the supervisor is responsible for are the Article 165, the permit for the pool, the safety plan for the pool, and the pool operator certification. Okay. Everybody get that? Your pool needs to be inspected every single day. It's inspected before the public enters the pool. And if I have an early swim program, it has to be inspected before that. There is a pool opening checklist that has to be done by a pool supervisor every single day before the first member of the public gets into the pool. This is an older version of it, but it has an inventory that has to be done on the pool, including all of the safety items that are required at that pool, plus the chemicals that are used for testing the water, blankets, the lifeguard certifications. It's all listed on the pool opening checklist. In addition to this, the modern checklist actually has the pool supervisor has to test the water to make sure it's safe for people to enter the pool before it's open. Okay. The facility itself has to be inspected. That includes, is the pool bottom visible? By the way, one of the questions we've seen on civil service exams in the past is, what do we call cloudiness of the pool water? It is called turbidity. Turbidity. And it has been on civil service exams in the past. The bottom of the pool has to be visible at all times from the deck of the pool, from the furthest point away. What we use to check that is the main drain. So if somebody ever asks you on a civil service exam, how do you check for clarity of the pool water or clearness of the pool water? You look for the main drain at the bottom of the pool. It must be visible at all times. All right. So this is basically inspection criteria for this. I'm going to go past this. You also have to do a staffing inventory. How many the pool managers on duty, park supervisors, how many are on duty, and this is a number of staff. How many staff? Yes, go ahead.
I just want to state that the main drains are always painted black.
Yes, they are. Okay, that's one of the things. It's either the main drain is painted black, or we will paint the black line around the main drain. And we do that to make it as visible as possible from the surface of the water. Okay? Good point. Thank you. All right. Not going to go through what happens when a health department inspector. The only thing that you need to know about a supervisor is you need to escort the health department inspector through the pool inspection, accept the report from the inspector, and correct any violations as quickly as possible that are on that. If they have a lot of violations, they will be back to inspect very quickly. Health department plans on visiting a pool at least once a season, but their plan ultimately is twice. And if you're in bad shape when they get there, they'll keep coming back. Okay? For incident reporting, pool manager's responsible has to be notified immediately, or the pool supervisor. The proper personnel deal with emergencies. Lifeguards deal with water safety and first aid issues. NYPD is security and injury incidents, and park enforcement officers are security and injury incidents. The pool manager, level 2 supervisor, or park supervisor will call for an ambulance if needed. It's 911. The pool manager and PEP officers will notify Central Communications of any major incidents, and each operational division will fill out the proper incident report. If a person, let me see if I can find that. I'm going to look for another document on the next break to bring up that shows health department notifications as well. Each operational division will fill out the proper incident report. Pool manager or pool level 2 supervisors has to try to obtain copies of every report that's related to an incident at the pool. All right, I just had a question about the prep test that I put out. I'm going to try and do that today. All right. Now, unless people haven't finished it, then I'll do it next week. Pool height requirement. Our pools have a minimum height requirement. The height requirement is set to 8 inches above the depth of the pool at the main drain. But if it's a deep pool, it would be 4 feet 8 inches, because nobody, I might have a 9-foot deep pool. There's nobody 9 feet 8 inches tall, so we wouldn't have a minimum height. Minimum heights are set for children under 16 years old. Okay, so a child would be measured next to a board. We have a nice board with a dolphin on it that has the minimum height for the pool before they're allowed in unescorted by a parent. If a child is too small for the minimum height requirement, they must be escorted into the pool by a parent or guardian. All right, guardian must be 16 years old or older. All right, it doesn't have to be a family member to do that. For day camps, agency staff, when a day camp visits a pool, day camp has to have a permit from the Parks Department in order to enter a pool. They cannot enter a pool without it. They need a permit from the Parks Department and a permit from the Health Department approving their plan to enter a pool environment. Supervisors that check permits at the gate, confirm the arrangement with the group leader and have them sign the pool logbook accepting the rules. Confirm the number of campers present. Pool supervisor needs to count all of the individuals that come in with the day camp. Confirm that they have adequate camp lifeguards. The day camp must bring with them their own lifeguards. Their own lifeguards are to supplement our lifeguards that are on the deck of the pool, so we're not overwhelming our lifeguards with watching the campers. The basic rule for the lifeguards is they must bring one lifeguard for every 25 campers, or part thereof. So if they have 26 campers coming to the pool, they need 2 lifeguards. Lifeguards must produce certification. Acceptable certification for the health code is a lifeguard certificate or water safety instructor certification. Either one of those would be acceptable to the health department. All right. And when it comes to the 1 lifeguard per 25 campers, our lifeguards don't count. All right. The lifeguards that come with the day camp will be introduced to the lieutenant lifeguard, and they will take direction from our lieutenant lifeguard on where to position themselves to watch the kids in the pool. Does that make sense to everybody? Ensure that the camp counselors supervise campers appropriately. If I was going to remember one thing from here is that a day camp needs to have one lifeguard for every 25 campers that come with them. Okay. They also have a counselor to camper ratio. If the kids that are coming with that camp are under 6 years old, they need to have one counselor for every 4 bathers. If they're 6 or 7 years old, they have to have one for every 6 bathers. And if they're 8 years old or older, they have to have one counselor for every 8 bathers. And we as an agency have to sound a horn for a buddy check every 15 minutes, okay? Whenever possible, we'll put the day camps into an area that's separated from the other bathers, but that must be within the area that's covered by our lifeguards as well. But if we want to put up a line to separate them from the other bathers so that the day camp can watch them better, that's fine. But our lifeguards have to be watching that area as well. We usually don't grant permits after 1 p.m. I'm going to switch to water chemistry so that everybody gets this. All right, depending on whether you have a pool supervisor who does this. Let's talk about lifeguard coverage so that everybody understands this. The agency must provide lifeguard coverage at the pool based on the surface area of the pool. And the basic standard, and everybody write this down, is one lifeguard for every 3,400 square feet of surface area of the pool or part thereof. And if we are expected to be at 50% or more of our bather capacity for that day, we have to put on an additional lifeguard for safety. Okay? So to illustrate this, just to give you an idea. Say it again? We have to have one lifeguard for every 3,400 square feet of bathing area. That's the actual water surface. So you have to be able to calculate the water surface area. I'm going to try and teach you that today. And you have to have, if our bather capacity, let's say we have 200 people that can fit in our pool, as soon as we reach 100 people coming in the gate, we have to put on an additional lifeguard for safety. Okay? Because that's half of our capacity. So if I have a pool that needs 5 lifeguards to watch it, if I get to half the capacity of people coming into that pool, I need 6 lifeguards watching that pool. Does that make sense now? Okay. So these are pools usually have charts that outline how much of the pool can be open and how many lifeguards we need. Betsy Ed Pool can be open with 4 lifeguards on duty. They can only open a quarter of the pool, and they can only let 273 people in the pool. I doubt very much they're going to ask you a question about this because they're not going to ask you any individual chart because it's different for each pool unless they give you a pool chart to look at for the lifeguard coverage. Does that make sense? So I'm going to breeze through this a little bit. All right. But to show you the difference, when it comes to Fisher Pool in Queens, Fisher Pool can open actually with 1 lifeguard on duty, but we can't open more than 3,300 square feet. We want to be 100 square feet under the amount that a lifeguard can watch. And then, because it's less than 3,400 square feet, we can only let 75 bathers in because 1 lifeguard in a pool that's smaller than 3,400 square feet can only watch 75 people. Right? Does that make sense? I confuse anybody? I mentioned the pool safety plan. Pools are open in 2 sessions for general swim. They're open from 11 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then they're closed from 3 to 4. That is the time that the maintenance staff catches up, but the lifeguards take their lunch at that time. And then we're open for the second session from 4 o'clock until 7 o'clock p.m. at our pools. One of the questions that you could come across, and this is the reason it's highlighted and bolded, is what items are permitted on the deck. Towels are permitted on the deck. White t-shirts are permitted on the deck. Actually, they switched this to white t-shirts and water shirts. So you know that, like Body Glove has a rash guard shirt, things like that. Things that are designed to go in the pool are allowed in any color. Rubber flip-flops and water shoes are not only allowed on the deck, but they're allowed in the water. Suntan lotion and oil in plastic bottles are allowed on the deck of the pool. Books are allowed on the pool deck. Magazines are allowed. Plastic baby bottles are allowed on the deck of the pool, no glass. Infant carriers without wheels, but no strollers or no strollers or carriages. Baby carriages are allowed on the deck of the pool. Small pouch to hold keys are allowed on the pool, no fanny packs. By the way, hats of any type or color are allowed on the pool deck. And that was a change since this was done. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Now we're going to get into the technical aspects of pool operations, and I'm going to talk about the filter plant itself. All of our pools recirculate the water, okay? And the health code has a basic standard for how often all the water in the pool must go through the filters. So the turnover rate, where every drop of water in the pool goes through the filters, is once every 6 hours. So if you see a question about what is the minimum standard for the turnover rate of a pool, it is 6 hours. Does that make sense to everybody? Give me a thumbs up if it does. Good. All right. So that's how long we have to get every drop of water through the pool. And the way we tell whether we're meeting that requirement is by using a flow meter. Okay. Now the agency actually operates more types of filtration systems than this. Our most common are open bed gravity systems, pressure systems, and vacuum diatomaceous earth systems, or DE systems. We also have a newer system that we're using in our pools. It's called the Defender system. And it's actually a hybrid of a pressure system and a vacuum system, but I don't think anybody is going to ask you a question about that. Just letting you know that.
Mike, sorry to interrupt. Could you go right? My phone disconnected. What did you say about the every drop went through?
Use a flow meter. The flow meter tells you how many gallons per minute is passing a certain point in a pipe, and you need to know how many gallons of water are in your pool, and you have 6 hours to get that water through the filters. All right. So if I had, hang on, I'm going to do a quick calculation here. If I had a 5,000 gallon pool, just to make it simple, if I had a 5,000 gallon pool, in 6 hours, there are 360 minutes. So I divide 5,000 gallons by 360 minutes, and it gives me my minimum flow meter reading. My flow meter on my 5,000 gallon pool has to be reading 13 gallons per minute, actually 14 gallons per minute or more. That's how I figure it out. All right? So in order to get the minimum circulation rate for the pool, you take the total amount of water in a pool and divide it by 360, and that gives you the minimum flow meter reading. That makes sense to everyone. Most people that do pool operations have difficulty with the math portion, so I doubt they're going to ask that type of math question. All right, but they might. All right, so there are basic components for a pool operation. We have the pump, the lid strainer, or hair filter that Parks calls it. The filters themselves, skimmer or scum gutter, chlorination equipment, and chemical feeders. I'm not going to go into detail on how to set up a pool. I think somebody really have to be an advanced pool operator to actually ask how to set up the pool itself. But I'm going to go over to the different types of filters. This image that I have on the screen is of an open bed gravity system. All right, and it has a large tank that is open on the top, so you can actually see into the filter itself. It has, the way it's built is it has lateral pipes on the bottom of the filter. They put large chunks of gravel or charcoal, and they slowly make that chunks of gravel and charcoal get smaller and smaller. And then they put filter media for the last 24 to 30 inches. The water comes into this filter through these troughs that are right here. It comes in here and it overflows the sides, and then it percolates slowly by gravity through the filter and then gets collected in a tank called the clear well. Okay? The clear well is going to become very important, but you need to understand how the filters work. Okay? Does everybody understand how an open bed gravity filter works? Give me a thumbs up if you get it. Good. This is an oversimplified pool operations class. I understand that, but I'm going to get through it. All right. This is what the filter plan for an open bed gravity filter really looks like. It's just a large room with a bunch of really large filters in them. And this is the circulation rate of an open bed gravity filter. We're not going to talk about that. I doubt very much anybody is going to ask you about what is the flow through an open bed gravity filter like. They'd have to be really cruel to do that. If you need me to describe it to you, I'll try it. You can call me up and I'll describe it to you really well. But for right now, I don't have enough time. There are 4 valves that control the flow of water through it, through an open bed gravity filter. The valve that lets water go into the filter is called the influent valve. The valve that lets water come out of the bottom of the filter and go back to the pool is called the effluent valve, EFFLUENT. The backwash valve is used when the pool is backwashing the filters. The sewer valve allows the wastewater from the backwash to go to the sewer. And the main backwash valve basically takes water from the circulation pump and puts it, this is the main backwash valve, puts it into the backwash line so that we can backwash those filters. I'm not expecting you to remember this detail. Most of the people that are writing your test won't remember this detail, all right? Just understand how it's done. Now, to describe, I'm going to give you something that I'd like you to write down. How do I know when to backwash the filters in an open bed gravity system? Right now, we have the clear well. The clear well is this tank right here. The clear well, the water is usually at the same level as the filters. As the filters get dirty, less water goes through the filter, and since it's only going in the clear well through gravity, less water is going in here, but the circulation pump is pushing water out to the pool. So what will happen is the clear well, the water level will drop. We know when to backwash an open bed gravity filter when the clear well level drops to halfway. Everybody write that down. You know when to backwash an open bed gravity filter when the clear well level drops to halfway. And those of you that have been pool supervisors, sorry to be repetitive for you, but that's the way it works, all right? That's probably going to be the key question they would ask about an open bed gravity system, all right? The procedures for backwashing an open bed gravity filter are written out in here. This is exactly what a filter plant operator would do, all right? But I'm not going to go through that because if they ask that much detail, they're not really being fair to you, okay? Especially people that never served as a pool supervisor, all right? At an open bed gravity filter, backwashing is usually done at night between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. So it's on the night shift when there's no swimmers in the pool. The reason we do that is pools are supposed to be set up to constantly skim off the surface of the water, and we lose too much water in a backwash in an open bed gravity system for it to be skimming. So nobody can actually be in the pool when we do it. Okay. Pressure filters. I'm going to show you a picture of a pressure filter. Pressure filter, basically the reason it's called a pressure filter is water comes from the scum gutters at the top of the pool in the main drain. It comes to a hair catcher, a pump, and the water is pushed into the top of the filter under pressure and then goes back to the pool through the influent line to recirculate the water. And this illustration is one of the ways that I can show you. Water comes in about 24 inches down or 18 to 24 inches down in the pool. Some of it goes through the main drain and most of it goes to the top. So pools are set up so that it constantly skims off the surface of the water. Any questions? Now, there are two gauges on a pressure filter. One is called the influent gauge. That measures the pressure going into the top of the filter. The effluent gauge is the gauge that measures the pressure coming out of the bottom of the filter. I'm going to see if I can show you some of the, here's a better illustration of a pressure system. So water is coming into this area, going up to the top of the filter. It gets pushed through the sand in the filter, comes out and goes back to the pool over here. All right, does that make sense to everyone? I'm not expecting you to remember all of this. I'm just going through the basic operation.
Mike,
Yes.
so on both filters, influent is in and effluent is out?
Yes. And be
Okay,
very careful. Here's why I'm saying this. I have seen people taking a test where they have put as the pressure gauge that measures the pressure at the bottom of a pressure filter is called the effluent gauge, EFFLUENT. And some people have put the word affluent, AFFLUENT. That means I have money. It doesn't mean I'm a pressure gauge. Does everybody get that? So don't make a mistake. That is a trick that they've done on questions like this. All right? Does that make sense? So here we have an illustration that has the influent and effluent gauges on it. It's right here. And one of the things that I wanted to let you know is when to backwash a pressure system. When the pool is running and the filters are clean, we want to check to make sure that we take readings of the pressure gauges. The influent pressure gauge usually reads slightly higher than the effluent pressure gauge. So in this situation, if I'm looking at this and the filters are clean, the first thing that I tell people to do once they get a pool filled up and start operating the pool and running the filters is I want them to backwash all the filters to make sure they're clean. Once that's done, we want to make sure that we check the pressure gauges. Let's say on this pool, let me see if I can write on here again. Let's say on this pool, the influent gauge reads 30. Everybody got that? And the effluent gauge is reading 25. What's the difference between the two? Everybody see that 5 I wrote there? So the influence reading 30 when the filter's clean, and the effluence reading 25. The way we know when to backwash a pressure filter is when the difference between the influent and effluent pressure gauges changes by 5.5 to 7 pounds. What basically happens is as the filters get dirty, dirt builds up on the top of the filter and the pressure at the top of the filter goes up because it's harder for the pump to push water through the filters. The pressure at the bottom of the filters tends to go down and they spread apart. So right now, the difference between the two when it's clean is 5. As the pressure at the top goes up and the pressure at the bottom goes down, I'll see the difference change.
Yeah, you would never wait for you to come. Oh no, you know I wasn't coming.
Sorry about that, folks. All right. So we know when to backwash when this difference changes by 5.5 to 7 pounds. That's going to be the question that's asked.
It's pound per square inch. Sorry, it's pound per square inch, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. On a pressure system, not on a vacuum system. Okay. So when the difference in pressure, this number right here, because I subtracted them, the influent gauge, this is the influent, and this is the effluent. Everybody got it? When that difference between them changes, and we'll see it spreads apart. So let's say this goes up to 35 and the effluent gauge goes down to 24. Well, the new difference is 11. Does that make sense? But the original difference was 5, so it changed by 6 pounds. So that means I have to backwash because it changed by more than 5.5 pounds. All right, but the basic line that you need to remember is I backwash a pressure filtration system when the difference in pressure changes by 5.5 to 7 pounds. Everybody got it? Any questions? Please write that down.
Which pool is a pressure system?
To give you an example of a pool that's a pressure system, any mini pool is a pressure system. Right now, Fisher Pool in Queens is a pressure system because they just converted it. Betsy Head, Jackie Robinson,
The floating lady.
The floating pool lady, thank you, is also a pressure system.
Malali.
Malali, also a pressure system. Okay.
Thomas Jefferson.
Thank you. All right, but it's not important to know which pools. They're not going to ask you which pools are pressure systems. All right? But if you're ever in the building and you see the filter plant, those are pressure filters. They look like this. Some of them are a lot bigger. Betsy Head, Jackie Robinson, all those large pools are much bigger than this. All right. Are there any questions about this? The next thing you have to remember is a vacuum diatomaceous earth system. Vacuum diatomaceous earth systems are called vacuum systems because they suck the water through the systems. They don't push it through the systems. In here we have several filter elements, and a filter element is basically a steel cage with a polypropylene bag stretched over it, and that bag becomes the basis for which we build a filter on it. And on this filtration system, what we will do is we will coat the filter elements with diatomaceous earth. Diatomaceous earth is basically ancient marine animals that have died off, and they settle to the bottom of the ocean, and they, in dying off, their shells were very, very porous, almost like coral shells are. And what somebody figured out is if we mine diatomaceous earth and grind it up to a very fine powder, then if we coat a filter element with that, it becomes one of the best filters that we can use. All right, this thing can catch material down to 4 to 8 microns. It's very, very efficient. All right, and if you look at this, you'll see that we have these purple nodules on there. That's actually the diatomaceous earth that's coated on the bag that serves as the basis for them to build the filter on. And what happens is the water is pulled by the pump through the filter elements. Let me see if I have a better picture. Here you go. The filter elements sit in the wet side of the tank. It's covered with water, and yes, you can see the filters from the surface of the filter plant. It's pulled through the filters, through the pump, and goes to the pool through the injector line or the inlet line for the pool. The filter elements are coated with diatomaceous earth. On this filter, there is a gauge, and I'm actually I'm going to circle where the gauge is located just so you know.
Very dangerous to handle, by the way.
Yes, diatomaceous earth is dangerous to handle. Right in this area right here, Make it yellow so you can see it. Right in this area right here is a gauge. That is a vacuum gauge. It's on the suction side of the pump. And what you need to remember about a vacuum diatomaceous earth system is we backwash a vacuum diatomaceous earth system when the vacuum gauge rises to 10 or 11 inches of vacuum. Did everybody hear what I said? Give me a thumbs up.
No, please repeat that.
You backwash a vacuum diatomaceous earth filtration system when the vacuum gauge rises to 10 or 11 inches of vacuum. If somebody's not that sophisticated, they might say backwash a vacuum system when the vacuum gauge reaches 10 or 11. That'll be the same thing, all right?
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
By the way, what I just told you is actually different from what I have on here. Does everybody see this?
The same pounds.
Ignore this. Okay? Ignore this because somebody edited this and actually they put the wrong thing in it. When the vacuum gauge rises to 10 or 11 inches of vacuum, that's when you backwash. Does everybody get that?
Right.
I would not steer you wrong, folks. All right? And I apologize for that error. Okay? So do not follow this. This is wrong.
Backwash.
So Mike, it's not 5 to 7 pounds. It's
No, that applies to a pressure system.
Okay, 10 to 11.
This is wrong on this document, okay?
Okay, copy. Got it.
All right. On that document's wrong. The actual pool manual has the correct thing. So I apologize for that. But it's good that I caught it so that you don't believe this is right. So think about it this way. Open bed gravity system. You backwash when the clear well drops to halfway. For a pressure system, you backwash when the pressure gauge is the difference between the pressure gauges changes by 5.5 to 7. And the vacuum system, you backwash when the vacuum gauge rises to 10 or 11 inches of vacuum. Everybody got it? We all on the same page now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, now. Another question you might hear because it's something we focus on. On a pressure system, what is the first step in backwashing the pressure system? It's turn off the circulator pumps. Because we need to have the circulator pumps turned off before we change any of the valves in the pool. Okay? And if anybody who's writing the exam was a pool supervisor, they'd know that, or at least I hope they'd remember it. Okay?
You said turn off the pump?
Turn off the circulator pump. Before you change the valves, then set the valves in the position to backwash. Basically, you would close the influent valve, close the effluent valve, open the backwash valve, and open the sewer valve. Then you turn the pump on again. You let it run for 5 to 7 minutes. On a bigger system, it might run for 20 to 30 minutes. And then you turn off the pump, close the sewer valve, close the backwash valve, open the influent valve, and open the effluent valve, and turn on the pump again. The last step in backwashing a pressure system is bleeding the tank of air. There's a bleed valve on it. So remember the first step, turn off the circulator pump, and the last step, bleed the air out of the tank. Does that make sense? I know I'm going really fast. It takes me a whole day to go through this in a pool class. Okay? So we're going to talk about water chemistry. And there are 4 not chemicals, but 4 aspects of chemistry in the pool water that we pay attention to. Number 1 is chlorine and the free chlorine level in the pool. Number 2 is the pH of the pool water. Then we look at the alkalinity in the water, and we look at the, what's the last one? Calcium hardness of the water. Okay, so those 4 things are the critical things in balancing the pool water itself. All right. So we use a test kit to test all of these items, and in your manual, I actually have a diagram that shows the directions for testing the water. But I want to get to what has to happen at a pool. We maintain a swimming pool daily report of operations at the pool. And basically what we do with this daily report of operations is we will test the water at least once an hour during the day. And if it's a hot day above 80 degrees, we'll test that pool every half hour during the day for free chlorine and pH. And if you don't know what those things mean, I'll explain them in a minute. And at night, we'll test the water every 2 hours for free chlorine and pH. Does everybody understand that? And on a hot day, the definition of a hot day is when the temperature rises to above 80 degrees. So at 80 degrees, we start testing a pool during the day every half hour. Okay? Other than that, it's every hour. So chlorine that we use in a pool is the disinfectant we use in a pool. And we need to maintain certain levels in the pool. The first one that I want to make sure that everybody understands is the free chlorine level. Free chlorine is chlorine that's floating around in the pool water that hasn't combined with anything, hasn't burned up anything in the pool. And the Parks Department has a minimum standard for free chlorine. We never want the free chlorine to be below. And that minimum standard is 1.5 parts per million. Okay? That is not where you keep it. That's the level we never want it to be below. But everybody asks, what is Parks' minimum standard for free chlorine? If they ask about chlorine, it is 1.5 parts per million. And to understand what a part per million is, if I had 1 million gallons of water, I would have 1 gallon of chlorine in that whole pool. And that 1 gallon would be so effective in cleaning that it would disinfect any materials that get in the water itself. Does that make sense to everyone? So that's the Parks minimum standard. We're going to look at hold on one second. Okay, this is what I want. I'd like everybody to look at the chart that I just put up on here. If you look at this chart, it has Parks standards and it has the Health Department standards. Health Department has a range of free chlorine level that is acceptable in a pool. The minimum, the lowest level that would be acceptable in a pool is 0.6 free chlorine. That's 0.6 parts per million. But in order for that to happen, the pH must be 7.8 or less. And I'll explain what pH is and what it does for a pool in a minute. Okay? Parks' minimum level for free chlorine is higher than the health code. We want it at 1.5 or higher all the time. Okay? What I usually tell people to do is maintain it between 2 and 3.0 all the time. Okay? And the way we'll adjust this is we'll let the chlorine level drop to 2 and then raise it back up to 3, which is a high level, but it's not too high for people to go in. Does everybody understand that? Okay? A According to the health code, 5.0 is the highest legal reading for people to be allowed to enter the water. If you go above 5.0, the pool must be closed. Does everybody understand that? So the health department range for free chlorine is 0.6 to 5.0. Parks Department's minimum is 1.5 and our high range is 3.0. Everybody get it? Any questions?
So 1.5 to 3.0 for parks.
Yep.
Health department is 0.6 to 5.0.
Yes. Now,
Got it.
if you have a very smart person writing a park supervisor exam who was a pool supervisor, you'll notice this requirement here. It says DOH, pH must be 7.8 or less. If they ask you a question that says, what is the minimum acceptable chlorine level for the Department of Health when the pH is 7.9 or 8.0? The minimum is actually Parks minimum, which is 1.5. Everybody understand? I don't want anybody to trick you. That's why we chose it as our minimum. We never want to be below the legal limit no matter what. Okay? Does everybody get that? Did I confuse anybody? Any questions?
Yes. I'm confused.
Okay. Health Department's range for free chlorine is 0.6 to 5.0 parts per million. But in order to be allowed to go all the way down to 0.6, my pH must be below 7.8. If it is higher than 7.8, even the health department requires you to have a 1.5. Does that make sense now?
Yes.
And the reason that it's that way is the pH of the water affects the ability of chlorine to work. Okay? The higher it goes, the less the chlorine works. All right? And that's the reason for that. So everybody remember, the minimum for parks is 1.5 parts per million. The range for the health department is 0.6 to 5.0. All right? Oops. I don't know how many.
So they can tell you about chlorines. Bleach, like the bleach, when you smell it, it doesn't mean that it's cleaner.
I don't want anybody teaching my class for me. All right. All right, I did that. All right, what that person was talking about has to do with this. When chlorine enters the water, it enters and it becomes molecules in the water. And it can be in two states, molecular and ionic. I'm not going to go into too much detail. The working chlorine is the molecular chlorine. That's all you really need to know. And the higher the pH goes, the more the chlorine becomes ionic. Ionic would be like we're tying the hands of the chlorine. It's still there. It's still readable in our test kits, but it doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. So we don't want to let our pH get too high. The other thing is when chlorine combines with water, some of it combined with chlorine, with body waste like sweat and other materials that are in the water, and it becomes a compound called the chloramine. This is a temporary stage. The more chlorine we add to the pool, the more it burns up the materials and the less chloramines we get because it gets eliminated. Eventually it gets all burned up. All right? Chloramines kill very slowly. They cause eye irritation. And what the person was just saying is it causes a high chlorine odor. Now, if you're ever at an outdoor pool and you smell a strong odor of chlorine at that outdoor pool, it doesn't mean the chlorine in the pool is too high. It means that we probably have built up a lot of chloramines and they have to be dealt with. The way we deal with those is by either hyperchlorinating the pool, which is shocking the pool, or something called the breakpoint chlorination. Brake chlorine chlorination is raising the chlorine level to 10 times the combined chlorine reading. Okay, and I forgot to mention that. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, it seems like it's all over the place, but I'm trying to get to everything here. I'm going back to the test kit for a second. Here it is. You'll see that this chlorine test, test kit can test for free chlorine. Free chlorine is the chlorine that's floating around in the pool that hasn't combined with anything yet. Total chlorine is the free chlorine plus the combined chlorine, which is those chloramines. So in order to get combined chlorine, I have to take a second reading of the pool for total chlorine and subtract my free chlorine level. All right? I don't think anybody's going to ask you that question because they probably won't remember it. All right? But when we have our combined chlorine reading, if it reaches 0.5, in order to get rid of it, I have to raise the chlorine level to 5.0, 10 times that reading. That's what that means. Does that make sense? The hardest part of teaching this class is guessing at what somebody might ask you. All right? Did this. We already talked about these, so I'm going to skip that. Alright, pH. pH, when we do a reading of pH in the water, we're measuring whether that water is acidic or basic. Okay? Everybody should know what an acid is. You think about sulfuric acid, muriatic acid, things like that. Those are acids, and acids tend to burn. So when we're measuring the pH of the water, you have to realize everything in the world has a pH. My desktop, my skin, my eyes, the tears in my eyes, everything has a pH that is either acidic or basic or alkaline. Basic and alkali are used interchangeable here. All right. In order to control pH, we use a chemical to raise the pH level in the pool. It is called sodium carbonate, also known as soda ash. Everybody write that down. The chemical used to raise pH in the pool water is called soda ash or sodium carbonate. Everybody got that? All right. Now, water that comes in out of the tap in New York City usually comes in at neutral, which is neither an acid or basic. We could either, if we needed to lower the pH in the water, we could add an acid like muriatic acid to the water, or we could drain the pool a little and add fresh water. And that's usually the way Parks does it because it's very cheap to do that for us. Okay? And people aren't dealing with the dangers of acid. So I'm going to show you a pH scale. I have to zoom out on this so that I can see it. Okay. This is a pH scale. pH scale starts all the way at the bottom at 0, which is the strongest acid you could ever imagine. It goes all the way up to 14, which is the strongest alkali you can imagine. All right? Water that comes in off the tap comes in at neutral. Neutral in pH is 7.0. 7.0 is really great for drinking and things like that, not a problem. But it's not really that good for swimming. And the reason it's not good for swimming is when the pH of the water is at 7.0, it tends to irritate the eyes, the nose, and the mouth, and other areas of the body with sensitive skin that I won't mention. So, although it's good, if you've ever taken a shower and opened your eyes under the water, you feel the eyes burning, that's because our eyes like a pH of around 7.4 to 7.6. That's the ideal range, and it gives the most eye comfort at that point. So the health code requires us to keep a certain range of pH in our pool. So I'm going to show you what that is, and I want you to write this down. According to the health department, the lowest level of pH for a pool is 7.2, right here. Okay? So the DOH minimum pH level is 7.2. By the way, it may be stated differently at 7.4 in this document. Don't ignore that, okay? The highest level of pH in a pool for the Department of Health is 8.2. Right here. So those are the DOH minimums and maximums. Is everybody with me on that? The range of pH for the health department is 7.4 to 8.2. The Parks Department, we have a much, much tougher standard. Our minimum level for pH is 7.6. And our maximum level for pH is 7.8. Does everybody see that? I want you to write that down. Parks Department range for pH is 7.6 to 7.8. The Health Department range is 7.2 to 8.2. And what you need to understand, if your pool is below 7.2, the pool has to be closed because you're hurting the public. If your pool is above 8.2, your chlorine is not working, and the health department has to have you close the pool, because even though you might have a reading of 3.0 for chlorine, it's not doing anything. It's floating around there doing nothing, and people could still get sick. Does that make sense to everybody?
So this is why when you go to like those water parks, people get pink eye and stuff, right?
Yeah, because sometimes they may not be maintaining their levels properly, and things like pink eye, hepatitis B, a few other things can be transmitted in pool water. Giardia, Shigella, pneumocystis, which are lung infections, can be transmitted by that. All of these things are the reason that we have to maintain our pH properly and our chlorine levels properly to balance the water in the pool so that people stay safe and healthy. And by the way, Parks has a really good reputation for doing this well. Okay? We don't have any major issues of people getting sick in our pool ever. Does this make sense? Are there any questions about pH? How it affects chlorine? By the way, if the pH is too high, you'll still read the chlorine. It doesn't eliminate it, it just makes it not work. Okay? Does that make sense? And by the way, if you want to know how it works, if you look on the side here, it says HOCl, 79% ionized and 21% molecular. HOCl is the hypochlorous acid. That's actually the chlorine in the pool. And ionized chlorine is the stuff that's not working, and the molecular is the stuff that's working. So as you look at this, you can see the higher the pH goes, the lower the molecular chlorine gets. And when you get up around 9.0, all of the chlorine is ionized and none of it's working. Does that make sense? Yes, go ahead.
I know this is a little off topic, but what's that disease that people caught in Flushing a few years back at the water that comes out underneath that globe? Because you know how sometimes people swim in that water?
Okay, that's fountains and things like that.
Was it Mercer?
No.
Yeah, because I was working there at the time, and it was
Don't guess. It was Legionnaire's disease. And they thought it came from the fountain, and that fountain, because so many people go near it, that fountain's supposed to be chlorinated, and they actually have a chlorination system in it. All right?
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
That was a good question, but it wasn't related to pools. Okay?
Question related to the pool. So if it's 7.8 or 7.6, if it goes up and if it goes down, how do you correct the up and how do you correct the down?
Okay, so if here's the thing. If my pH goes below 7.6, I would add soda ash to the pool the right amount to raise it up.
Okay.
All right. If my pH goes above 7.8, I would first make sure my chlorine is at 3.0. Then I would drain some water from the pool and add fresh water. That will dilute the pH, the soda ash in the pool, and it would lower the pH because the water's coming in at neutral. It's coming in all the way down here. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, got it.
Okay, good. All right, and by the way, you can calculate how much soda ash to add to a pool. I doubt very much they're going to ask you that question. They did ask on one of the previous questions, and that's a test, how much water is in a pool by calculating the water volume. But when it comes to calculating the pH, it tends to confuse people, and most people get it wrong.
So,
all right.
No backwashing is involved in this?
No backwashing. Some people try to backwash in order to remove the water, but it's not always necessary.
Okay.
And that's only to lower the level so I can add fresh water. Okay.
Mike, do we have to worry about? I'm not gonna say worry. Should we be privy to the pipes that bring in and out the different chemicals?
Yes, I'm actually going to talk about that. You're talking about the colors themselves?
Yes.
Yes, because I like to ask those questions.
Because it's on the sample test, like I'm on it, and the thing is, like I don't want to go over a lot of fluff that I don't need. I'm trying to focus primarily what you gave us. That's what I've been focusing on these last couple of weeks.
Yes, I get that, but you have to understand something. I'm going to go over the pipe color code in a minute, and I'm going to make sure you know it, because that is a common question that people like to ask. What color should this pipe be in a pool? What color should that pipe be in a pool? So I will go over that. And by the way, as far as fluff, just so everybody understands that, the only fluff is asking a question that's not related to the topic I'm on.
Got it.
I don't know what somebody's going to ask. They could read any of my manuals. They could take any of them, and they could request it from my deputy directors. I don't know what they're looking at. They can ask anything from there. I'm trying my best to guess at what they might ask. So if you think it's fluff because they didn't ask it, it's not. It's something that I know people tend to focus on. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes. My apologies. I wasn't trying to say fluff, but you know what I mean. Just trying to focus on everything that I think, learn a little bit of everything, then to not know a lot of one thing.
Yep. No. And, I'm trying my best to do it all. So just understand that, okay? And I don't think your question was inappropriate. I just think that it's hard for me to define what you should focus on. The thing is, you have to know it's such a broad title, the park supervisor title, that can be responsible for a lot of different things. I'm going to try and give you as much as I can, okay? All right, so let's talk about fecal accidents in a pool. If somebody poops in a pool, there's different things that we have to do. We're worried about things like Giardia, which is a parasite that can be in the intestines that can be transmitted to other people. If somebody poops in a pool, then we have to determine whether or not it's a form stool or a loose stool or diarrhea, okay? So if it is a form stool, by the way, this is the same procedure that's used for diarrhea, vomit, and blood in a pool. And by blood, I mean if somebody got stabbed in a pool and there's a lot of blood. I'm not talking about somebody scraped their elbow, okay? So what we would do is everybody has to get out of the pool. We don't close the area. People can stand on the deck of the pool while we do this. We remove as much of the fecal matter as possible using a net or a scoop. We raise the free chlorine level. In parks, I want you to write this down. We raise the chlorine level to 3.0. All right? I want you to correct this. This is going to be 3.0 here, not 2. All right? My pH must be less than 7.8. Okay? So around 7.6, 7.4 is fine. We leave that level of 3.0 for 30 minutes. And the filter plant operators have to check the pool in several areas to make sure it's 3.0 everywhere. We remain closed for 30 minutes. Then we will make a logbook notation saying that there was a fecal accident in the pool, it was formed stool, we raised the chlorine level to 3.0, the pH was 7.6 because I've tested it, and then I opened the pool at what time? All right, does that make sense to everybody? It's important to log this if it happens at a pool.
What did you say that level? You said you raised the chlorine to 3.0 or
3.0. The free chlorine level has to go to 3.0 with a formed stool incident. Okay? And the pH has to be less than 7.8. So 7.6, 7.4 is fine. Okay? Now,
it goes for a half hour.
And we stay closed for a half hour, and then we open up and everybody can go in the pool again. That makes sense? I realize that some people won't go in the pool again, but that's life. All right? We've done the right thing. Now, if it's diarrhea, what we're worried about is a parasite called Cryptosporidium. The problem with Cryptosporidium is it is resistant to chlorine. And the way Cryptosporidium gets spread in a pool is the parasite, which is a little worm-like parasite.
Excuse me, Mike, please mute everybody. I'm hearing extra noise somewhere.
Sure, no problem. Sorry. So, Cryptosporidium, when it's in the pool, produces eggs. And these eggs are called oocytes. oocytes. And inside that oocyte is the little baby parasite. Okay? The problem with the shell on this is the shell is very tough and resistant to chlorine. So, in order to eliminate that parasite, and the way people get Cryptosporidium is they swallow it. They swallow water and this water gets into their intestines. But the way we get rid of that is by chlorinating the pool to an extreme level because it's so resistant to chlorine. So the first part of this, after a diarrhea incident, which looks like a cloud in the water, we will close the pool. Now, in this case, the entire pool is closed. Everybody take a shower. Everybody go home because we're going to be closed for an extended period of time. Then we're going to scoop out as much of whatever material might be floating on top of the water using a scoop or a net and dispose of it in a sanitary manner. Then we're going to raise the free chlorine level. Now it says here 20 milligrams per liter. Parks goes to 10.0 because some of our pools are so big that if we went all the way to 20, it would take us forever to get the chlorine levels down. So the park standard is 10.0. If there's a diarrhea incident, we're going to raise the chlorine level to 10.0. How many times did I say that? All right? And we are going to make sure our pH is less than 7.8. 7.4 would be an ideal level at this time. And we are going to stay at 10.0 for, you see where it says 12 and three quarters hours? At 10.0 right here, we have to remain closed for 24.5 hours. I'm sorry, 25 and a half hours. It's double the amount of time. Everybody get it?
Because we have half the free chlorine.
That's right. And what happens is, you see this thick shell on the egg? The chlorine starts to eat through that shell. And it takes it 25 and a half hours at 10.0 to get to the inside of the egg and kill off the parasite. Does that make sense to everybody? Now the pool must remain at 10.0 for the entire time. Any questions before I move on? Okay. And yes, I am adjusting to the park standards. I want you to answer the questions based on the park standards. If they ask you this at all. Okay. Now, once 25 and a half hours has expired, then the filter plant operators must batch wash all of the filters, lower the level of the pool water, and add fresh water in order to basically lower the level of chlorine. Once we get the chlorine level down below 5.0, we can open again, which is going to be at least a full day later. Okay? Does that make sense to everybody?
Is that overtime
Is what overtime?
to clear that entire 25 hours for a park supervisor?
No, the park supervisor doesn't stay on duty during that time. It's actually the filter plant operators, and in most of our pools, we have them on 24 hours a day.
Oh, cool. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. All right, good question though. Everybody's looking for overtime. All right, so by the way, the guidelines are here, and it shows how much time it takes to eliminate the material in the pool. And just when you look in your document, I'd like you to circle this because this is the standard that Parks uses. The 10.0 reading and the 25 and a half hours. Okay? Everybody got that? All right. Now,
Mike, quick question. What would happen actually, and then I'll let you continue, what would happen actually, let's say, if they're shocking the water or they got the chlorine levels raised up, and let's say somebody broke in the pool and was touching that water at 10.0?
okay, at 10.0, it starts to burn the cells in the body. So when you get up that high, actually when you go above 5.0, the most sensitive cells in the body, like the cells that cover the eyes. So if somebody opens their eyes in the water, it starts to burn their corneas and will actually damage their eyes, the insides of their nose, their mouth, and their genitals, basically. It will start to burn the skin. That's one of the reasons we never go above 5.0, because it will hurt people that go in the pool. Okay? Good question. All right. I'd like you, in your own time, to read through the calcium hardness level and the alkalinity just to see what they do. Alkalinity stabilizes the pH so it doesn't fluctuate up and down. Calcium hardness protects the surfaces of the pool. The other thing I'd like you to know is in here we have this item that's about how to calculate the saturation index. It's called the Langolier Saturation Index, and it is basically a formula where you take the pH, a temperature factor, and if you notice on this chart, there's readings for the temperature. So if my temperature today is 84 degrees, my temperature factor is 0.7. So I have to do this formula. There's a temperature factor, a calcium hardness factor, and an alkalinity factor. And I do all of this, and then minus 712.1. Balanced water, truly balanced water, that protects the surfaces of the pool and keeps it from damaging itself is 0. There's a tolerance of 0, plus or minus 0.5 on that. If it goes in the negative range, the pool is corrosive and starts eating away at the sides of the pool and the concrete. All right, and if it goes too high, above 0, then it starts to be scale forming and form little crystals of white crystals on the sides of the pool that can be sharp and damaging and clog the filters and things like that. So that's the Langolier Saturation Index. It would have to be a really sophisticated pool operator that asked that question. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Just read through it, and you should get familiar with it. That's all. All right?
Mike, I have a question.
Yes.
You said sodium carbonate, also soda ash, is used to raise the pH in the water.
Yes.
Did you say drain some of the water and add fresh water?
No, because draining in the pool and adding fresh water lowers the pH, not raises it.
Lowers the pH.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Sodium
I was
carbonate or soda ash raises the pH. Fresh water can lower the pH, but you have to lower the level in the pool. You're basically diluting the water.
It will dilute everything, right?
Yep. Okay. Yes. And doing that. Go ahead.
You said we're dealing with the diarrhea situation that we will raise it to 10 and then break it down. You said once it reaches 5.0, we
No.
can.
No. Oh, as we come down, yes. Once it reaches to 5.0, it's legal to open the pool. But that's after you did the 25 and a half hours at 10.0.
No, I know. So we can open the pool, even though pool rating is chlorine supposed to be 1.5 to 3.0.
Yes, but once you get it within the legal range, remember the Department of Health, it's 0.6 to 5.0. So once you get to the legal range, you can open the pool again.
Okay.
Just realize it's been closed to the public for a full day or more. All right, because sometimes for some of our larger pools, it takes a long time to get to that 10.0. By the way, the clock starts when we reach 10.0, not before that.
Mike, at what point do you have to do a backwash in this process? And at some point you have to do a backwash?
Yes, I actually said it earlier. Once you disinfect the pool, so in diarrhea situation, we raised it to 10.0. We stayed at 10.0 for 25 and a half hours. After that, you must backwash all of the filters to remove any material that might be in the filters. All right?
Thanks.
All right, and that's only for a diarrhea situation. If it's a formed stool, you don't have to backwash. Okay? Any other questions? All right, so
One thing, can you, Mike, before you go on, can you give us that volume formula? Because I was trying to work at it and I could not get it.
I'm going to go through it, and I'm going to show you how to do it, but I'm going to use a different tool. Okay? So why don't I do that? Does everybody want to? I need a 5-minute break if that's okay. All right.
Okay.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to do some pool math. Just 5 minutes.
Isaac!
Use the bathroom.
Emo, you saw something?
Yo, Mike, tell him something.
Mute your phone.
Emo, Mike wasn't there.
Yeah.
how do you quantify and evaluate what Obi's doing?
It's been his opportunity to be a starter, and he's shown that he's capable of handling that role, and he's been phenomenal in that role.
Folks, I'm just trying to find something. So just give me a second.
Hey, Mike,
Yes.
is it important to maintain your pool operating certificate if
Yes.
you're not doing pools anymore?
Is it important to maintain it? Only if you want to be a pool supervisor again.
Okay.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the best answer I can give you. All right?
Okay.
Mike, who do I reach out to? I have the C42 certificate, and it's going to expire. Do you know if I have to take that test again, or I can just renew it?
You don't have to take it again. And so everybody knows, a C42 is for storage of chemicals on a pool site. What you have to do is actually ask them to renew it. And you can renew it online. You just need a letter asking them to waive the fee for renewal.
Is there somebody in the agency I can contact to do that?
Yeah, actually, on Monday, contact my deputy director, Alphonse. He can describe how to do it. Okay?
Thanks, appreciate it.
Where do you take that exam, Antonio or Mike?
You take it actually at the Metro Tech Center in Brooklyn. You asked me to do the math. I'm going to get to the math.
Thank you.
Okay, so all right, I'm going to use one of the presentations I use for pool operations to make this easier. Is everybody seeing my screen that has the typical pool layout on it? Yes, no, maybe so? Can you see it? Okay. All right, I'm going to go through this.
Yes.
I am not going to go through the question on the practice quiz. I'm going to do the one that I normally do so that everybody understands how to do this. All right? So, this is the typical pool layouts that we have. In order to calculate the volume of water in the pool, you have to understand that a cubic foot of water, basically a cubic foot, is a box that is 1 foot high, 1 foot wide, and 1 foot long, deep. Okay? And basically, this box that's 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, if I filled it with water, it would hold exactly 7.48 gallons. Now understand, to make the math easier, everybody, including the health department, rounds up to 7.5 gallons. Does everybody understand that? And it may seem like a little box couldn't hold that much, considering the size of a 5-gallon can, but that box can actually fit a 5-gallon can in it. All right? So understand. So you need to understand a cubic foot of water holds 7.5 gallons of water. That's one of the bases for doing that calculation. All right? Now, in order to calculate how much water is in a pool, the first thing you have to do is figure out the surface area of the pool. The surface area is the length of the pool times the width of the pool. And I know on that practice quiz that I gave you, I have an odd-shaped pool. Divide that pool into 2 parts. Okay? It'll make it easier. So that pool that I gave you basically is looking like this. So what I would do to divide that into 2 parts is cut it here. And treat it like 2 pools and add them together. Does everybody understand that? Okay? And if I remember, it was 50 feet wide here. I'm not going to do the math here. It was 30 feet here. It was 50 feet here. And it was 25 feet here. And that's for this little area right here. They didn't give you the number for this, although this number was up here. Okay? But that's what it's indicating. All right? So you have to first decide what your individual sections are. This section is 50 foot by 30. This section is 25 feet by 20. Because the overall length on this is 50 feet. Everybody get it? Give me a thumbs up if you get that. All right, good.
Was that one more time? Go back, please.
No, I didn't get it.
Okay. In the diagram that I gave you on that practice quiz, I gave you this diagram. I added an extra line. I want to divide it into 2 pools. I have a section of the pool that's 50 feet long, 30 feet wide. I have another section of the pool. The bottom of the pool right here is 50 feet long overall, but 30 feet is this section. So what's left is 20 feet here. Everybody get that? So this section of the pool is 20 by 25. Does that make sense? Give me a thumbs up if that made sense.
And the other side is 50 by 30?
This side is 50 by 30, yes, because it's labeled 30 feet here, okay?
And what's the depth? No,
it's written on the test.
This is length times width.
Hold on. So, to do this, I'm erasing that now, but to do this, the way we work on this is, first thing we calculate is the length of the pool. In this case, this pool is 150 feet long. And this pool is 50 feet wide. And what I'm worried about is, and the depth of this pool is 3 feet even. Okay? So in this case, the surface area is the length times the width, and the depth is 3 feet. And I'm calculating how many cubic feet of water fit into the pool itself. And then I have to multiply that number by how much water is in each one of those boxes. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so in this case, the length of the pool is 100. Why did it disappear? Okay, the length of the pool is 150 feet. I multiply that by 50 feet because that's the width of the pool. And then I multiply that by 3 feet deep, and it gives me 22,500 cubic feet of water. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, it does.
Okay, now that's cubic feet of water. In order to convert that to gallons, I have to multiply 22,500 times 7.5. And that will give me how much water fits in this pool. Everybody get that?
How much gallons?
What's that?
How much gallons?
How many gallons? So if I do this, the first calculation, length times width times depth, gives me cubic feet of water. And then I multiply that by 7.5 to give me how many gallons. So in this pool, 22,500 times 7.5 gives me, this pool holds 168,750 gallons of water. I did it on a calculator. I cheated.
Mike, you're telling me 7.5 is 1 gallon of water?
No, 7.5 is how much water fits into each of these boxes that fits in the pool. And every one of those boxes is 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot.
Oh, that's where the 7.5 come in at.
Yep. It always comes in at the end when you're calculating the volume of water.
So that's 7.5 gallons.
What's that? Yeah, 7.5 gallons per each box that fits in the pool.
Okay.
You're not actually bringing boxes, you're doing the calculation.
Right.
So
Now,
in
would
any case, if you did the 22 by 500 cubic feet, you're still gonna always use the 7.5 gallons?
Yes, because I don't care what size the pool. All right, would everybody feel better if we did that math problem that they had on that quiz together?
Yes, please. Please.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you how I would do it, and I'm going to give you all the numbers, and we'll do it together. Okay? So let me redraw the pool. So let me draw my pool. My pool is shaped like this. I'm not a very good artist, so forgive me. Okay? This pool is 50 feet on this side. It's 50 feet on this side. It's 25 feet here. And it's 30 feet here. Right? And in the text, they told you this pool was 3 feet 6 inches deep. Right? By the way, how many inches are in a foot? 12 inches in a foot.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
So what does 6 inches represent in a foot? Half. So this pool is actually 3.5 feet deep. You need to know how to do that. Okay? I converted the 6 inches to 0.5. Okay? Now, I'm dividing this into 2 pools. And they were kind of cruel to you in doing this on an exam. I mean, they didn't do it in this exam. Hopefully they won't, but just in case. I would divide this like this. So this section right here, remember, it's 50 feet across to here. So I have 30 feet to this line. That means all that's left is 20 feet here. All right? So what I need to do, and if anybody's got a calculator, you can help me with this. The first section of the pool is 50 times 30 times 3.5 feet deep. Okay, that's this section right here. The second section is 25. Let's do 20 because that's the way we're looking at it.
Right,
20 by 25 times, how deep is the pool? 3.5. Okay? So somebody tell me the numbers you come out with. So that this first calculation, what's it come to? You can use a calculator. If they give you math, they'll let you use a calculator.
7,000.
7,000 even. Okay. So 7,000, and by the way, that's 7,000 cubic feet. Okay? And what's this one come out to?
No, I mean the total was 7,000.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
It's 5250, the first one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't confuse me now.
Okay.
All right? Don't go to the end.
All right.
All right. What was this one?
5250.
I'm not doing the math. I'm just asking you to do it, okay?
Okay.
5250.
Yes.
5,000. No.
Yes.
I just want the first section.
Yes. 5,250.
50. I'm double checking just in case.
So they're giving you the answer.
3.5. Oh no, I know what it is. Okay. It's 5,250. You're right. I'm sorry. The reason that I questioned it, and I apologize for it, 5,250 cubic feet. I did the calculation and had this, just used the surface area, okay? The second section is 20 by 25 times 3.5.
1750.
Yes.
1750. Now add them together and it comes out to
7,000
it's 7,000
cubic feet.
Cubic feet of water in the whole pool. So everything in this pool is 7,000 cubic feet of water. We multiply that by 7.5. This is cubic.
That's 52,500.
Yep. So is that answer on that chart?
Hey Mike, quick question. You said in the beginning you said times it by 7.5. Now you multiplying it or dividing it?
No, I'm multiplying.
Okay. Thanks.
So 7,000 times 7.5 gives you 52,000. Let me write it. 50, if I can do it. 2,500 gallons. And that's exactly what fits in that pool. Does that make sense to everybody? And was that helpful?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. The only thing, Mike, I was wanted to know that 20 right there. When you split that pool in half, that 20 is coming from what? Half? Where'd you get that 20 from again?
Hang on a second, I'll show you. Okay? In the original diagram, the 25 here, just so you know, because they did it in probably the worst way possible, the 25 was actually here. And I couldn't tell whether it was this part or this part, but they had 50 here. Okay? So, they said this was 50 feet long right here. This was 30 feet long. This was 50 feet long right here. So if this is 50 feet long to this edge, 50 minus 30 leaves me only 20 here. That's where it came from.
That was the part I was missing. Okay, now it makes sense. I don't know where you got that from.
Yeah, because whoever designed this test, and this is exactly the way somebody who took the exam described it to me, whoever designed this really wanted you to think about how that pool is laid out and do all the calculations. Okay? All right, by the way, I gave you a formula earlier about minimum circulation rate, which 6 hours, right? Turnover rate. We have 52,500 gallons of water in this pool. I have to divide that by 360 to get my minimum circulation rate. 52,500 divided by 360 equals, my minimum circulation rate for this pool is 145.8 gallons per minute. And if I do that in 6 hours, every drop of water will go through that filter. Does that make sense?
That's amazing.
What's that? That's the way it works.
I said, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Does everybody understand how to do this? Just in case they ask you a math question like this. For some people that are good at math, this wasn't necessary. For other people like me, it's always necessary. Okay? And by the way, every other calculation in the pool manual in that pool section is based on the total volume of water in the pool. So if you can calculate the total volume of water in a pool and understand the way the formula is laid out in there, it should be fine. And hopefully they'll give you a reference to the formulas so that you can figure out which ones to use. But if they don't, you'll know how to do it, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes, Mike. Thanks again. It's a whole lot, man. That had me. I tried. Okay.
All right.
Hopefully we remember.
Okay. Well, the whole thing is, if they want to be nice to you, they'll give you a simple pool, like I did. Length times width times depth, and the depth's a whole foot. Like 3 feet, like this. That's the easiest one. If they want to be cruel to you, I'll show you something.
Yeah, that was evil.
No, that wasn't as evil as this. If they want to be cruel to you, they'll give you a pool that's like this, where the pool itself is 3 feet deep on this end. It's 5 feet deep at this part, and it's 10 feet deep here. And then it rises back up to 8 feet deep. And a lot of people are looking at this like, well, how do you do this? The answer in how to do this is you do an average depth, which is you take the first depth here, you add it to the second depth and divide by 2. So 3 plus 5 is 8, divided by 2 would be 4 feet. So this pool section right here is 4 feet deep on average. You take this one, 5 plus 10 is 15, and you divide it by 2. This section is 7.5 feet deep on average. And by the way, I teach people that do pools how to do this. And this one is 10 plus 8, that's 18, divided by 2, that's 9 feet deep on average. All right? And then, all you need to know is how big the boxes are. You basically made it a flat bottom pool, basically by doing this to it. Now this section's 4 feet deep. This section is 7.5 feet deep, and this section is kind of 9 feet deep. All right, that's how you do it. Just so everybody sees this and the way I teach it in the pool class. And I would be very surprised if anybody was sophisticated enough that's doing this. I mean, some of them are, but that they could figure that out. I would treat this as 3 separate pools. So this is pool number 1, that's 4 feet deep. This is pool number 2, that's 5 feet. That's 7.5 feet deep. And this is pool number 3, that's 9 feet deep. And I have to give the lengths of each section. So treating this as 3 pools, this pool right here is 50 feet wide, 100 feet long, and 4 feet deep. This pool is 50 feet wide, 25 feet long, and 7.5 feet deep. and this pool is 25 feet long, 50 feet wide, and 9 feet deep. And if I figure out how much water fits in each section and add them together, even this complicated pool can be done. Does that make sense to everybody? I'm hoping they won't ask you something like that.
It makes sense right now while you're explaining it.
Yep. That's the same exact thing that happens when I'm doing the pool supervisors as well, because it'll make sense, and then I'll give them a test question and it's all gone. So what you have to do is make up pools and practice. That's how you remember how to do the formulas in this, all right? Any questions from anybody? I was going to start the beach section now, but it's almost 2 o'clock. If anybody has any questions, first of all, I have a few questions on the chat. Somebody asked me, can we please get a copy of the video from last week? The video was successful. I have to convert it. I am going to put it up on the DC37 site so you can download it from there. I just have to make it a little bit smaller so I can do it. So 2 people asked that question about last week's video. All right, this session is also being recorded, by the way, so everybody knows, and I'll be able to do a video on this. I didn't make the same mistake I made 2 weeks ago. All right? And I'll try and post this one at the same time as I do the other one. Are there any questions that I haven't covered or anything you need to know?
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah.
So you're a supervisor and you dispose of the needles. Where do you take the needles when you're done?
Okay. First of all, the only people that can pick up needles are people that are trained in bloodborne pathogens and have the right safety equipment to do it and have been offered the opportunity to take a hepatitis B vaccination. Okay? That's 3 criteria that you need to understand. People cannot touch needles, condoms, blood, bloody bandages, anything like that unless they've been properly trained. So that's the first thing that a supervisor needs to understand. Where do you dispose of the needle? First of all, it has to be stored in a proper container. And some of the nearby hospitals have agreed to take our medical waste. And we can just bring it in the container and drop it off to them. And they'll dispose of it with their medical waste. In order to find out which groups do that, you need our exposure control plan, which was recently updated by Nancy Bartle. All right, there are a list of hospitals that have agreed to take our medical waste.
Okay, great. I have the blood pathogen. I'm certified, and I have the hepatitis B vaccination. But
okay, good.
I think I read somewhere that it said you can also take it to your local precinct.
No, the precincts don't take it unless health and safety got them to agree to it. I would check the most recent. What is it? Exposure control plan, because that would say the modern stuff. And Nancy Bartle, before she left the agency, she just retired recently as a health and safety officer, updated that recently. Okay?
Yes, thank you so much.
No problem. Any other questions?
Yeah. When can we expect to hear about our test location?
Okay, good question. If you don't, usually they send out the notices to where to go to for the test and what time to report and what you can bring and everything. They send it out about a week before the exam. So if you haven't received it by, let's say, Friday, because I'm sorry, it's the 9th. So about a week before the exam, which our classes are ending the week that they planned on doing the exam. So if you haven't received it by, let's say, Friday, I would call DCAS and see if they can send you the notice, because it might have gotten lost in the mail. I'm hoping people have gotten their notices by the next class, which is next Saturday. Okay?
One more thing about the needles. Can you get in trouble for storing needles in your facility for a certain amount of time?
No, only if they're not properly stored. They have to be in a Sharps container. All right? And Sharps containers, most of the modern ones have temporary closures that you can seal them temporarily, and you can seal them finally when you're going to turn them in.
The red box or something.
Yep. Yeah, but they have to be stored there.
Open book?
What?
The test.
I have no idea. I do know that in the updated announcement for the exam, they said that reference materials may be provided. If it's reference materials are provided and they give you a booklet with it, you must use that book to pass the exam. Everybody got it?
So I have another question. So the last time that they did this test, I was told that they had the open book. I thought it was supposed to be like you're supposed to be they supposed to follow the same procedure they did the last one.
Nope. It's a new test every time. They can do whatever they want.
Okay.
You won't know till you get there.
So, Mike, is it fair to say if you went through that test, I went through it like a couple of times, and if you're able to get through it, is that like a fair assessment to gauge like where you are with the material that was taught, or is it just like, okay, it could be like this, and it could be, you know what I mean?
What, the one I gave you?
Right.
The one I gave you, the way I developed that is people after civil service exams over the last 4 or 5 APSW park supervisor exams have given me questions that they've asked them. And I actually put that together with what people have told me after they took the exam. So it's a good gauge on how they might phrase things, on what they could ask, things like that, or what they've asked in the past. But it's a new ball game. Every time they do a test, it's a brand new group that develops the test. So they do it with the guidance of DCAS, but I don't know what they're going to put on it.
Mike, I have a question.
Yeah.
If it is an open book test and they give us the material, will they give us material for all the questions on the test?
They give you, okay, let me put it to you this way. In the world of civil service, there is no such thing as an open book test. An open book test would be take every manual that Mike ever produced at the Parks Academy with you to the exam and use those as a reference. What they give you is reference materials for what they want you to use as a reference for some of the questions in the exam. But that doesn't mean every question is there. All right? Some of the questions...
Is that similar to what you gave us?
What's that?
Is the test similar to what you gave us to look over the answers?
Yeah, I'm hoping so, yes, because that's based on old civil service exams. So I'm hoping it's going to be something similar to that. But I don't know what questions they're going to ask. Me, I'm really good at pools. I might ask you pool questions if I was sitting on that committee. But somebody else who's good at horticulture might ask horticulture questions. Somebody else who worked at a beach might ask beach questions. So you don't know what they're going to do until you see the actual exam. Because it's brand new. I don't know. I don't know who's making up the exam. I don't know what questions they might ask. I'm just doing my best guess at what to prepare you. But if they give you reference material, go through it, see what the reference material has, and you don't have to memorize it right away. You can actually use that material. If they ask you a question using the material that's in that package, or if they ask you a question about something you saw in the material package, look at it, because that's going to have the answer in it. But a lot of questions on civil service exams are judgment calls. What do I do if somebody sexually assaults somebody? What do I do if somebody says they're being harassed? What do I do if somebody is exposed to blood? You know, that's the kind of judgment call that won't be in the manual. They're going to ask you, how do you motivate your staff? How do you make assignments? How do you keep them on track? That kind of thing. So some of it will be in a package. The other stuff's in your brain. All right.
I have a question.
Experience.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, the pipe color. You'll be going over that next
Oh, I'm sorry. Write this down. The pipe colors. No. Pipe colors. I'm sorry. I almost forgot. You're lucky I'm still here. Okay. No.
Mike, is it in the manual?
It should be, but I have it here someplace. Yeah, I think it is in the manual. But I want to make sure that I have it for you. Here it is. All right, the pipe color codes. The city water supply, or the potable water supply, which is drinking water, has to be color coded dark blue. The filtered water after it comes out of the filter is this light blue color or aqua. The skimmer or gutter drains have to be olive green, which is a little darker than the green that I have on the screen here. The main drain coming from the main drain in the pool back to the filters has to be colored black. If you have an aluminum sulfate feeder, which only Sunset has right now, it has to be orange, so I doubt very much they'd ask you that question. The chlorine line has to be yellow. Soda ash, pipe that brings soda ash into the pool, has to be white. Acid is pink. Backwash waste is dark brown. The sewer is gray, and the deck drains are light brown. I will tell you, the most commonly asked for color is the color of the chlorine line. The second most commonly asked for color is filtered water, the aqua. Those are the only two colors I've ever seen on a civil service exam, but read through those. I believe it is in the manual someplace. I'm not sure. If not, let me know next week and I'll send you the list, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
Hey, Mike, I had a question.
Yes.
Is this going to be similar to the APSW exam as far as the tentative score goes? Will we know on the spot if we pass or fail?
If they did say it's going to be a computer-based exam, so the answer to your question was if the last APSW exam was a computer-based exam and you got a tentative score, you'll get the same thing in this one.
Okay, thank you.
All right. But that's because it's computer-based. But the reason it's tentative is people can protest questions too, and that may adjust the scores.
Will that apply for this exam as well? We'll be able to protest?
Yeah, everybody is in civil service exams because sometimes people get things wrong when they make questions. Yeah,
yeah, the omnibudsman, right?
Well, no, they actually put together a panel to review the protest questions to see if people that protested are, successful in, wait, they asked this question wrong and this is the right answer. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
All right, folks, I hope you enjoyed the class today. I hope you learned a lot today.
I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I noticed that you're recording this class. Have you recorded any other classes, and how will I be able to view them?
I recorded this class. I recorded last week's class. Last week's class I'm going to post this week with this one. So it'll be up on the same site that DC37 put up that I had you download the materials. So I'm going to have it distributed that way. And I recorded the second class. The recording on the third class didn't work, okay? And I don't have one for the first.
How about the answer key?
The answer key I'm going to distribute the same way on the site. I just finished it. I'm going to put it up there for you, okay?
Okay, so where's the site? I got to go to the site?
Yeah, the same site you downloaded the materials that DC37 gave you. It's going to be the same one. But it's not up there yet.
Oh, you're going to send it out?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay?
Thanks.
All right, folks. Take care of yourselves. Have a great day. And study hard, okay?
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you. Have a blessed day.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Take care, everybody. You're welcome. Which emails?
The link, the first link that you sent us.
Okay.
Someone else showed me the quiz because
Yeah.
I haven't been getting it into my email.
Yeah, that was on, that was actually on the, DC37 sent out the people that registered for the class. They sent out a link to that. But, any material, if you stop by, I'll print them out for you too. It doesn't matter. You have to stop by the Parks Academy. All right?
Okay, no problem. Yes,
All
thank you, Mike. Have a good day.
You too. Take care. All right. Take care, everybody.
Okay.